going
I don't know.
it is slightly incommunicado. So I think we will not consider, even though we can see her, we will not consider her. Is it working now? Rachel has a thumbs up. I see Kayleen's lips moving, but I don't hear any audio.
I can hear you now.
On your behalf. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Board Member Bloom.
I move to accept the tentative budget for the West Jordan Fairway Estates Special Recreation District for the fiscal year 2023.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Board Member Bloom, second by Board Member Worthen. This does not require a voice vote. All those in favor of accepting the budget, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Seeing no opposed, it was a unanimous vote. Now I'll entertain the next motion.
I move to adjourn the Fairway Is that the one we need?
Yep.
Okay. I move to adjourn this meeting.
We have a motion to adjourn by Councilmember Bloom, a second by Councilmember Worthen. All those in favor of adjourning? Aye. Any opposed? I saw Kayleen say aye. The meeting is adjourned. We will now call to order the meeting of the Municipal Building Authority. We have two items up for discussion, just like the last one. Board Member McConaughey.
Move to approve minutes from June 23rd.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Board Member McConaughey, a second by Board Member Worthen. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no opposed, rule that that motion passes unanimously. Second item up for business is the tentative budget for the building authority for the fiscal year 2023. Ms. Steck.
So we prepared the Municipal Building Authority budget for the board to review. Again, it's included in your binder. The only item in this authority or in this district is the debt service for the Public Works building. So it's principal, interest, and a trustee fee. So again, it should take very little time. Thank you.
Board Member Worthen.
I'll move to accept the receipt of the tentative budget for the Municipal Building Authority of the City of West Jordan for the fiscal year 2023.
Board Member Bloom.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Board Member Worthen, second by Board Member Bloom. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing no opposed, I'll rule that motion passes unanimously, and I'll entertain the third motion. Board Member McConaughey.
Move to adjourn the Municipal Building Authority meeting and convene the work session for City Council.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Board Member McConaughey to adjourn and proceed to the work session, and a second by Board Member Worthen. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing no opposed, rule that motion passes unanimously, and we will now go into work session for on the tentative budget for fiscal year 2023, and repeating her star performance from the last twice tonight and multiple years in the past. Ms. Steck.
Okay. So we are going to present to you the mayor's proposed budget for the next fiscal year after this moment, after you receive it, or after you receive it in the meeting, it will become your budget, and we will begin our work together to make any changes or adjustments as you see fit or necessary. But tonight we're going to do a quick overview of some of the things you're going to see in the budget. Well, maybe not quick, but about an hour overview. We're also going to go over, I'm sorry? It's not quick, no, but we've added quite a bit to it. Let me first tell you that this year is the first year that we had somebody help me with the budget, which has been so nice. So I need to introduce you to Becky Condi, and Becky is in the back here. She has been instrumental in helping us organize and put this budget together, double checking numbers and staying up until the wee hours of the morning with me to put all of this together. So I much appreciate her and her work, and she's incredibly good at what she does. So we'll go to our first slide, Alan. I'm going to keep Alan moving on this one for sure. Next slide. All right, what are you going to see? The first thing that you're going to see, Alan, you want to hit the button one more time? Not just binoculars. There's some new sections in this budget. We did some narratives and discussion sections at the beginning of the budget. So one of the changes that you'll see is in last year's budget, we put the organizational charts next to the departments. But because there are some organizational changes overall within the city, we have put them into one section in the budget. So there's a tab that says organizational charts that will assist you when you're looking for who's in charge of what until we get used to this new organization that is in there. So especially Public Works, Public Services, and the new Public Utilities departments have different responsibilities now. And so that can be a reference section for you to figure out where or who you need to contact when you have any questions about the services that are being provided. So that's different than that's been done before. This year, we've included a community profile in the budget in the first section in the narratives, or third section. Where is it? First or second tab? Okay, it's in the introduction area. A budget calendar and key fiscal management practices, which we've had in the past, and we'll go over a few of those tonight. There's also a section on our financial structure so you can understand the funds and what they do and what kind of fund they are and their purpose. There's a narrative on our revenues and overall for the entire city, not just revenues for the general fund. And then there's also some indirect and direct cost allocations because we're going to be changing a few things in the budget that we'll go over in this presentation as well. So there's actually a chart at the end of the introduction section that says direct and indirect cost allocations. And it will tell you that for instance, that the city council, part of their budget, 20% of their budget is allocated to the new development services fund because about 20% of your time in this council office's time goes to support development services. 25% is allocated out to the utilities. So 55% is paid for with the general fund. So you'll kind of see those kinds of things and you can review those cost allocations. We've included the consolidated fee schedule redlined so that you can see what fees are being asked to change with this budget. Particularly building fees will be increased by 10% this year. And then there's some utility fee increases as well. And then the glossary, which is new to this budget as well. Becky spent a lot of time writing the glossary. So if you have questions about what a certain term means, you can turn to that glossary and hopefully that word is in there. All right, next slide or next, whatever. There you go. What else you're going to see in this? We have given you another piece of the budget, and that is the comprehensive compensation survey. That compensation survey has been worked on for the last 6 months with human resources and our management team. Every single position in the city was reviewed in that survey against our like competitors. So cities like Draper, Murray, South Jordan, Provo, Lehigh, all were compared for each position individually and then compared to our own compensation and evaluated as to whether they needed to be adjusted in the pay or compensation plan that is presented in your budget. So feel free to ask me any questions about the compensation study as you review it. The first section is a narrative explaining the study and the impact and the implementation of the study. It's followed by some tables that will give you the information on all of the positions. The first table is our actual pay plan as it stands now compared to the market study. So you could go through those positions and say, okay, I see that one was too low, that one was right on, or it won't be adjusted. The table after that is the market to our proposed pay range so that you could see what pay ranges were adjusted and went up or down. And then the following section is the big bulk of that report, and that's individual reports per position. If there was market information regarding that position, it's included. So if we wanted to do a market study on a police officer 1, we can look up in that study for police officer 1 and see that there's 16 organizations that all have police officer 1s. And here are the compensation for those 6 cities or 16 cities or entities. And then compare them to ours. So It's pretty comprehensive and it has a lot of data in there, but I think it will be very good for our employees and for you as you answer questions with other entities. On the personnel side, the addition, we also add, Chair Whitelock has her hand up.
First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Well,
Councilmember
tell us what she
Whitelock.
says.
Hello? Can you hear me? No. Okay.
She,
Can you tell her to talk?
go ahead and start speaking. We're
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
That is speaker.
Okay. But don't get her near the mic. Go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me now, Denise?
I can.
Okay. So are you saying that this study is in our budget books that you're giving us?
It is not in the budget book, but it was included in as a handout, as a separate report. So you should get it electronically. I did send it to Ellen electronically.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
That's the handout. It's 169 pages or something like that. Any other questions, Chair Whitelock?
No, that was, I just
Okay,
wanted to know
thanks.
how I could see that. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So in addition to the comprehensive compensation study, that information led us as we presented our pay and compensation plan that is included in your budget. So that's how they kind of go together. We've added 8.5, or we're proposing to add 8.5 new positions to the city, and we'll go over those as well and the details on those in this presentation in a minute. We're proposing a 6% cost of living adjustment citywide for all positions. That's pretty modest compared to what some of our other cities are doing. Many of them are doing 6 to 8%, 9%. And we'll go over where we came up with that number and what the cost of living is right now. We included the merit and step plan. So when an employee receives their performance report, if they are eligible for their merit or step and have not been topped out, they will be eligible for that as well. We funded a market adjustment based on the compensation study. So the positions that are identified in that compensation study have received a market adjustment. And then we've also funded the Career Ladder program, which is for the promotion of positions from like a 1 to a 2, or based on certifications and other criteria that have been identified in the Career Ladder program. Just as a highlight, all of our benefits are not changing. They will be the same, with the exception of we have removed the traditional health plan from our offering, and we're offering the high deductible plan only. We've spoken to you about that at a work session earlier, about a month ago. But financially, there is no increase to benefits for employees. Overall, we've come in with retirement at 0.5% below what the retirement rate was last year. And the benefit cost is equal to what it was previously. Chair Whitelock?
So you mentioned what other cities are
Yeah.
doing for cost of living. Do you have that same information about benefits?
We did not study benefits this year, but we will be doing that over the next few months.
What I'm asking is, other cities are giving 6 to 9, maybe more percent for their COLAs. Do we know what their benefits are? Are they having increases in their benefit costs?
Absolutely. That's a great question. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question originally. Yes. Everyone I've spoken to, we have a conference of all the finance directors that I attended a couple weeks ago, and every city that I've attended all had at least upper to double-digit increases in their healthcare premium costs. We have been very fortunate that our experience rating is very low, and it has been very low, and it's been declining. which is great for our benefit cost. And moving to a exclusively high deductible plan, as well as moving towards self-funding, will save our city quite a bit of money over time. So there's a lot of really creative decisions that have been made with the council and with administration that will assist us in keeping the cost of our employees lower than some of the other cities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question. Finally, one of the things that we're going to talk about tonight, now this is not all of a sudden, we're going to have lots of work sessions over the next few weeks, but this is one I hope that we'll get to tonight as well. The state auditor put out an audit alert that they are going to be requiring that cities account for all of the development fees and all of the services that are associated with those fees. They were, there was a lot of pressure put on the state auditor by the Utah Housing Authority, not Utah Housing Authority, I want to say that wrong, the Home Builders Association, that there were developers that felt like they were paying fees and not receiving the service level that they would expect from those fees, especially from some of the high growth cities. And so their challenge is that they will ask cities to account for development fees and for the costs associated with those fees and keep it as a restricted fund balance. That is quite a challenge to do when you have it in the general fund intermingled. The second piece of their auditor alert, yes.
So I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
Does the state auditor have the authority to direct us to put it into a dedicated fund?
They do not have the authority to put it into a dedicated fund. They do have the authority to tell us that we have to have a strict accounting and that we have to hold it as restricted balances.
So what's a restricted balance?
It would be something that you can't use that money for outside of development services.
Okay, well, if we take, so my question is, if we take, so let's say we bring in $10 of development services fees, because Scott doesn't charge a lot of money, but we charge $10.
Yeah.
And the development service budget is $20,
Then it would be a negative balance of $10.
which is what we do now.
No, well, sort of, but what it would be negative $10 or negative $10. And then next year, what if we got $50, but our service was only $10? Well, we'd make up for that $10 from the previous year. And now we'd have a restricted balance of $30. Specifically, they were trying to address issues that they are receiving complaints about development fees in some cities that are high growth, where they're getting $8 or $9 or $10 or $20 million in development fees and only spending $2 million on development review. And cities can become dependent on that one-time revenue from development fees, and they end up in a difficult situation from their financial management side. Or the developers are saying, we're paying all these fees, we should hire more people so that you can get development review done more quickly.
So the question is, this restricted balance, what derives the auditor's authority to do that?
I will give you the presentation because there's a lot of legal stuff behind it and you would really love it.
Is it
Because
statutory?
we fought it tooth and nail.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like we need to talk to our legislators.
The league has worked hard against it and the legislature voted it down. And they went this state auditor route and said, well, then the auditor will require this accounting.
So, but if the legislature votes it down, that's the intent of the legislature and the people. You can't get the state auditor to do something the legislature said you can't do.
They have, so I don't know how to get around that.
Isn't the state auditor's job to make sure we're following state code? Isn't that
It
And so
is.
Rob, I have
it's
some
not-
problems with
not
this.
in the state code? Then we just,
I haven't looked at that. I'll look at it, but yeah.
I would be happy to provide you the information, but we actually had, was almost uncomfortable, back-to-back presentations. One was from the league saying, no way, no how. And then the state auditor came in with their big hammer right afterwards.
Well, but the question, and I would like to see their presentation because I wonder what the authority of the state auditor is to wield a hammer when the legislature's told them no. Seems like I need to go talk to John.
Okay, so we're going to segregate. Now, this is also, the reason that we even looked at it was the state auditor's alert and trying to solve this problem before we run into it. The state auditors indicated that they're going to require this out with our financial reporting as of June of 2023. So I'm like, all right, I'm just going to budget this in June or now so that I don't have to worry about trying to sift through everything, trying to get it separated. So we created a special revenue fund, and the fees collected will equal the service provided, and we'll just continue to hold that fund balance. For reporting purposes, we will roll it together with the general fund because otherwise the general fund would be subsidizing anyway. That particular fund for this budget year is going to be in the hole. So it will hold a negative balance. All right, let's go to the next slide.
If it's a negative balance, we can raise the fees then.
Which is why the fees went up, because it was more negative. Yeah. All right, so let's go over.
It probably had the opposite of the intended effect.
Maybe. I think that we were able to review those fees a little more closely and ensure that all of the services were getting the fees that they needed. So you're right, for our city in particular.
Just knowing who's behind the push, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go over some key fiscal management policies really quick. Some of our budget policies, these are included in your narrative section, but I just wanted to bring attention to them. So what we're bringing to you is a balanced operating general fund budget, where operating revenues are equal to or exceed operating expenses. That means ongoing equals ongoing, one time equals one time. Expansion requests, like the 8.5 employees that we're asking for, need to be considered with new revenue also being identified, which we have done when we're asking you for additional property tax revenue. Use of reserves, they'll only be used for one-time expenditures or to fill an emergency shortfall when a permanent solution is identified, while a permanent solution is identified. This gap fill solution should not occur in more than one fiscal year. So we could, if you decided that you had some sort of shortfall that you wanted to fill with reserves, that should not be done more than once, and it should be done only in the case of an emergency. Next. Our revenue policies. One-time revenues will be used to obtain capital assets or make other recurring purchases. The city will avoid using this resource to provide ongoing services. And then revenue projections shall be conservative to reduce probability of revenue shortfall. So we'll show you how we've identified or how we followed that guideline. On our expenditure policies, our one-time expenditures purchased with either ongoing or one-time revenue. So one-time expenditures can be purchased with ongoing revenue or with one-time revenue. And our service levels, they need to be set in the context of financial sustainability. So if we increase the service level, we need to identify how are we going to fund that service level. So those are just things to remind you about policies that we worked through almost 2 years ago now, or 2 years ago with the budget on one of our best practices. Next slide. Ongoing to one time. Next. All right, so we're going to do a little life to the city review. So ongoing revenues in your life are your paycheck, your rate for hours worked. It's predictable and it's dependable. That's your revenue stream that's ongoing, right? And your expenses for that paycheck would be your housing, groceries, fuel, utilities, things that you can't live without. Next, click. On the city side, our revenue that is ongoing is property tax, which we have the most influence over, sales tax, and other taxes and charges for services, those kinds of things. And our ongoing expenses are our police, our fire, our streets, our parks, and some general government. On our life side, our one-time revenues, sorry, I was confused for a second, would be a bonus when your employer says, hey, I'm going to give you a bonus for whatever you've done. You don't know what the amount is going to be beforehand. It's pretty unpredictable and unreliable. You're not quite sure when it's going to happen. And some of the expenses that might be one time would be a vacation or a kitchen remodel or new furniture, things that aren't going to cost you money in the future going ahead, and that you just enjoy that bonus money one time. Next. In the city, our revenue, our one-time revenue is considered our sales tax that's greater than 5% year over year. So if we take a 1 year and we add 5% and 5% and 5%, that's how we get to our sales tax revenue. And anything in excess of that, we consider one-time revenue. We consider federal stimulus money or state stimulus money or those kinds of things as one-time revenues. And then development fees are also considered one-time revenues because you only get them once. And the expenses that could be one-time revenues would be our infrastructure, other improvements, and equipment purchases. Next. Okay, so this is our balanced general fund budget being presented to you tonight. So your property tax, we're going to give you one of these tonight. Ooh. Oh, that's just my clip. We're going to give you one of these tonight. And what this is a West Jordan piggy bank, and it's going to have 65 pennies in it. Okay. In here, you're going to have 65 pennies that represent your general fund budget. So the pennies that you're going to receive right now, look at you, like magic. She arrives. Represent your revenues and your expenses. So property tax is going to be, actually, we're going to go to the next slide real quick. So where does our money come from? So these are your pennies, and there are 28 pennies in there that represent our sales tax revenue. Our sales tax revenue is about $28 million, or close to. And for this next fiscal year, it's proposed for the next fiscal year. We're going to show you a chart of that here in a few minutes. Our property tax is 18 pennies. You're going to see in your budget on some of the summaries that it's a little higher than that in the summaries, but that's because we're including delinquent tax and fees in lieu of and motor vehicles. Those are all kind of lumped together under what we consider property tax as the category for reporting, but the actual property tax that has to do with the rate, the actual rate, is $18 million. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's not. I'm crazy. 18 million. I am crazy right now. No, not right now. Yes. I hope so. Do they? Oh, okay. Your little bags will match my expenses in a second. Sorry. Your property tax is $18 million now, today. That's what I'm saying, before any tax increase. Your other taxes, which are your franchise taxes, are $8 million. The transfer in from our utility funds, the 5% of the revenues on that side that come into the general fund, is $3 million. Our charges for services that have removed now the development fees, so they're kind of lower than they usually are $2.5 million. We have fines and forfeitures that bring in out about $1 million. Our other government brings in about $1 million, miscellaneous about $1 million, and we are proposing a $2 million property tax increase to add to that pile of 18 pennies up there. Next slide. All right, so let's talk about sales tax and where I came up with the number for sales tax. I know that some of you said, well, are you being too conservative, or, where are we going with this? So what I did was I provided you with 2012 through today, because we've been really volatile with sales tax with the economic stimulus money that's come in through COVID. People were at home and bored and buying things instead of going on vacation. But you can see year over year from 2012 to 2019, the average there is 5% overall. Now you saw some blips in the radar there in 17, 18, and 19, or I'm sorry, 16, 17, and 18, where it went 3%, 6%, 9%. But overall, over all of the years, it actually averages out at 5%, which is why we chose 5% growth year over year as our ongoing revenue stream. In 2020, the tax structure changed a little bit, and we got $2 million of additional sales tax revenue ongoing in the form of the fourth quarter of a quarter. transportation tax, and it came in at $2 million, and it's continued to come in at about $2 million. So you'll see that increase there. And then what we've done going forward is said in 2021, take 5% of the sales tax over 2019. So we've moved it 5% for 2020, 5% for 2021, 5% more for 2022, and 5% more for 2023. That got us to the number that we have budgeted. And then one time you'll see in 2020, that's when COVID hit. So that last quarter was that COVID spike of toilet paper and what else were people buying? Water and toilet paper. $539,000 spike. So we consider that one-time revenue and not ongoing revenue. And then those spikes continued as COVID continued. Our growth is continuing so far, but we need to be fiscally conservative, knowing that there are some tremendous changes in the economy with inflation and interest rates going up. So we're sticking with our 5%, and we're not budgeting any one-time revenue. It does not mean that that revenue won't come in. If it does, great, then that will be one-time revenue. But moving forward, we're going to use the 5% number. Any questions about this? Okay, next slide. Property tax. We are proposing in our budget a $2 million property tax increase. Now, that does not mean that the rate will bring in an additional $2 million. We do not know what this percentage will be until we receive our information on our valuations from the State Tax Commission and the County Assessor's Office. That will be on June 8th. I hate that it's that late, and we've all complained to them in unison throughout the state, but it is what it is, and we can't do anything about that. They will give us our valuation. I anticipate new growth in our city, and that some of the buildings that have been built over the last year and a half will hit our tax rules. So we should see some new growth that will take up some of that $2 million increase and will not affect our rate. I estimate that our increase will likely be 10% after the new growth is determined, or the request is for 10%. And 10% would be about or less than $3.50 per month per average home. I have spoken to our sister cities, and South Jordan is going to be doing a 16.5% property tax increase. Last time I spoke with them a couple weeks ago. Murray will be doing a 20% increase. So the ones that are right surrounding us are actually going to leapfrog us, even if we did a 12.5%, which is what that $2 million. If we had no new growth, we would need a 12.5% increase. We would still be falling below South Jordan. Next. All right, where does our money go? So there's your little bags of pennies that you can put in your bank if you like, or you can just look at them, whatever you'd like to do. But 25 of those pennies goes directly to our police services. Our police services are the majority of our budget, and our public safety is the majority of our budget overall. 14 of those pennies go to fire, 8 of them to our parks and events, 5 of them to our streets division, which has engineering in it as well now, 2 of them to government services, which is the mayor and council offices, 3 of them to legal and risk management, 3 of them to administrative services and IT, 3 of them to debt, 1 of them to non-departmental, which includes a lot of our contributions to other entities and legal public defenders, those kinds of things. And 2 of them for what's remaining of community development that is not directly development related. So business licensing and code enforcement are both included in that. Next. Here's our general fund expenses historically, so you can kind of see where are the changes being made. So from 20 to 2021, you'll see that both police and fire went down. That was a difficult year for them to maintain their staffing levels, and their expenses actually went down from 2020 to 2021. General government went up, and I didn't study that as closely as I probably should have to give you an answer. But streets went up, parks went down, and debt went up a little bit. That was also part of our restructuring process. Development services has been moved down below the bar of one-time expenses, so you could kind of identify them since they're being moved to a separate fund. And their expenses went down as well. So overall, our budget dropped 2% from 2020 to 2021. Not the budget, I'm sorry, our actual spending. The next column, 2022, is our estimated spending in the general fund budget for the end of this year. And then 2023 is our proposed. You'll see that the police moved up 11% from 2021 to 2022 and went up another 18% with the proposed changes that we are giving to you and we will go over. Fire's gone up 4% and then 9%. And general government went down and then up again to 2%. Streets is going up as we're adding staff. Parks is going up as we're adding staff as well. And debt has remained consistent over that time period. Overall, our budget is reducing by 16%, but a lot of that, almost all of that has to do with the one-time expenses. So our budget, if you look at ongoing, which is what you need to really focus on the most, has gone up 4% in 2022 and 13% in 2023. The result of it is almost all related to personnel costs. Any questions? Okay.
I do. I have a question.
You're fine.
What is going to be, this will deviate from the 2023 budget a little bit, but what is going to be our final number? Based on the last slide, there was 3.4 surplus in sales tax revenue. What's going to be the overall number of surplus for the budget year that ends next month?
Can you go back to the previous slide? I think, go one more. Let me see if I haven't, do I have revenue there? No.
That one's on that one was only sales tax, and it shows that we're going to have a
$3.4 million
almost
surplus. Yes.
3.5.
Right.
What about other revenues and turnover saving? What's our final number going to be?
Final number is in the budget, and I will tell you in a second. Based on my estimates. General fund. 1.666 million. So if you look at page 56, you'll see my estimates.
Okay.
And estimated revenue will be at $78.8 million. And estimated expense will be at $77.2 million. With a net change of 1.659 at the very bottom row.
So does that mean we're going to have 5 million in surplus, or just?
No, because because other things are coming in higher. So that surplus will go to contribute towards some of the expense. Does that make sense? That's not a surplus that's not spent. It's a surplus that is already spent.
Okay. I guess my question is going to be, how did we end up going without a budget? I'm going to ask the difficult question here, but
It's fine.
it looks like if the anticipated sales tax revenue is 3.7 or 3.4 million, and you do the math and it looks like it's going to be 1.6, that means there's $1.8 million. Did we do a budget amendment for that?
Yeah, for a transfer out to the CIP fund because it's one-time revenue. We did a big transfer out to the CIP to bring our fund balance down.
Okay.
I think we did it at the last budget amendment or two budget
I don't
amendments.
remember that number sticking out, so that's
Yeah.
why I'm asking.
No, that's fine. Not a difficult question at all. No, not on the fly. Thanks. All right. So are there questions about the expenses right now? Again, the majority of the increases have to do with the compensation study and the cost of living adjustment. They're almost all personnel related.
So I'll ask the question. So we're not hiring $1.6 million in employees
No.
in parks.
No, but the compensation for parks
I got
Brian. Well,
Yeah.
Isaac's not here. He would have been doing the happy dance. No, and we will go over each of the departments in one of your other work sessions where we have a little more time, but we are adding two additional parks maintenance workers and a parks project manager. But to be candid, the compensation study addressed some of our biggest needs. It isn't funny, but I will say what it is. You will see in cities, it's like 1 year you can address police, 1 year you can address fire, 1 year you can address general government administration, and 1 year you can address public works. This will be the year, well, it's police again, but this is the year to address public works. Their compensation was well under the market, which is why we were struggling to hire. Am I right, Brian? It was time to do the market study for them. So you will see streets change tremendously, parks change tremendously, inspectors change tremendously. You'll see they made a pretty good lift in changing their compensation schedule. And it has assisted us greatly in being able to hire staff. Are we fully staffed in those departments? Not yet, but we're way closer than we were last year. And our police is fully staffed, so we're doing really well. Where are we at with? Our seasonals, the last report I got, we still have 14 seasonal positions open. But we are definitely filling them up. So I think they've got like 20 of them hired right now.
It's been very, very hard to hire seasonals in parks this year.
But we're better than half. That's good. Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's hard to know what time it is without like. Okay.
The clock's in a weird position.
I know, it's like not convenient for somebody to present. Here's our general fund expenditures by function. So you'll see that 70% of our budget is really personnel and 22% is operations, 5% is capital, and 3% is debt. Thank you. That's super helpful. Okay, next slide. All right, so some of our pressures, obviously police wages, right? That was a big pressure last year and it will continue to be a pressure. It has continued to be a pressure. So let's go to the next slide real quick. In August of 2021, you approved a wage adjustment for sworn officers in the amount of $1.1 million. It represented 10 months of the year. Our revenue source was our one-time sales tax at the time. And the meeting minutes on August 11th include a reference to a needed 10% increase in the next budget year, which is this budget year, to make up for the $1.8 million annual financial impact. Now, when you say, wait, 1.1 million, 1.8 million, that doesn't make sense. The 1.1 million was just the compensation piece. It wasn't retirement contributions in excess of. And sworn officers, majority of them receive 32% contribution towards retirement. So by the time you're done and add workers' compensation and unemployment and Medicare contributions towards wages, we get to $1.8 million for 12 months of what we did last August. This is just an example of where we've come and how far we've come. In fiscal year 2021, last fiscal year, we had a salary for a police officer walking through the door, step one, at $44,762. The change that we made in August of 2021 brought them up to $27 an hour or $56,160. So there was a 25% lift in sworn officers overall. Because once you lift one, you have to lift them all so that there's that promotional gap. In 2023, we're proposing a 6% COLA, which lifted it further to $28.62 an hour, and we're $59,530 a year. And after our comp study and comparing to other agencies, it lifts them to $30.06 an hour or $62,525. There's a 5% lift again. So you're seeing a 25% lift that was unfunded. Now you're seeing another 11% lift. Thus the change in the property tax.
Would it be hard to calculate off the top of your head what that total number is
$4 million.
between that's the 6 and the 5? Between
the what?
So we did the 25, the 25 is done.
The
So-
21 to 23 is a $4 million lift.
Okay, I'm talking the different pieces. So 20, I guess I could figure it out from that
You're
a
fine.
little bit, but so the COLA represents what total dollar amount? And then the after comp study represents what total dollar amount?
For police only.
Yeah, just for this one. Yeah, just for police.
1.8 and then another. We got to 4, so it's gonna be at close to $1 million and $1 million for the comp study.
The comp study was.
Was
The
680.
comp study was 900,000 for police by itself, wasn't it? Or excuse me, 600,000 of the
Numbers
900,000.
somewhere in this 162.
In my
page
handout, on page 7, it tells you, now this is the compensation piece only, it's not the benefit piece. Again, we're giving you just comp numbers. Was 586 for police for the market study. So 586,000, but you almost have to put another 50% on it. So it's going to be probably about 800,000 for just the comp study piece. And then the COLA piece is the other piece of it. So 1.8 for the original lift, 1 point whatever million for the COLA lift, and then another $750,000 for the market lift.
Okay, and each percentage of sales tax increase is about 1.3 or 130 something thousand, right?
Properties.
For property tax, I'm sorry, for property tax increases.
1% property tax increase is $325,000.
Is 1% is 25, okay.
I thought it was 175.
One property tax revenue.
1%. I'm sorry. It's 175. You're right.
1% is 175.
I should not do numbers while I'm just standing up here.
So the police, so for example, the police market adjustment based on the compensation study is about a 3% property tax increase all by itself.
Mhm.
A little more, almost 4.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
The police lift in their budget is about $4 million overall. That's why we're having a hard time filling that gap. Okay, next slide. The next pressure is the labor market overall. Next slide. So this is the compensation study. So here you go, the 162-page study, your handout.
I'd have just waited one more slide.
There
That's
you
right.
go. I know. The total cost to implement this is $887,437. You'll see the majority of it is going to the police department, but on the other side of the wheel in the brown, green, and purple are really our public works employees. They are the streets employees, the public service employees, and the utility employees. They might look like smaller percentages, but they were even greater than the police percentage by employee, because there are far less employees in those departments. So if you look through your study, you'll see a utility operator one, went up 7.5%, or another, and I'm just throwing out numbers. I don't have those memorized, so don't use those as a reference, but look at the public works employees, and they were the ones that were really looked at very closely. Next slide. Another pressure was inflation and the national economy. Next slide. So this is the consumer price index, came out 2 days ago. So March of 2020, inflation was at 2.1%. Then 6 months later is at 1.26% in October of 2020. And then we looked at it in March of 2021 for this year's budget, the one that you already were in right now. And it was at 2.5%, and we did to 2% COLA. Okay. Inflation as of October of 2021 was 7%. And as of March of 2022, it's now 10.39%. This is specific to our state. There are 5 states in the Mountain West region that are included in this study. It does not include a does not include a California, an Arizona, and Nevada. It's all like the Utah, Montana, Wyoming, Idaho kind of sliver. And this information is from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Next. Next would be our increased demand for parks, streets, and developments. We are bringing on a brand new park, Maple Hills Park. We are building another park, Ronwood Park, and the Wheels Park out at Ronwood. All of those are being paid for. All of that development is being paid for by development impact fees. Our residents are not paying for the development or building of those new parks. They were paid for by the developers as they developed property. But when you build a park, you have to maintain it. You have to water it, you have to mow it, you have to maintain it. Okay, well, we'll give you some riding lawnmowers and off you can go. We also have increased demand for streets maintenance and sidewalk maintenance. We're several months behind on sidewalk repairs and requests. And then there's been increased service demand for development services as well. How long? A year. We're a year to a year and a half behind. So, next slide. These are the list of the new positions being proposed in the budget. The first position is an assistant CIO. 65% of it will be paid out of the general fund, 25% out of utilities, and 10% out of development services. We're adding 2 street maintenance workers to be on the concrete crew. I hope I got that right. Did I get that right, Brian? Was it concrete crew? Oh, good. No, they're important. We're happy to have our concrete crews. They do great work. But we're adding 2 FTEs to the streets maintenance crews for concrete work. We're adding a parks project manager. Now, I have gotten looks from some of you when you go, what the heck is a parks project manager? That person will oversee all of the land that has been donated to us through development for open space and trails. In the past, it's been difficult for our current team to be able to get out and say, yes, this is quality land that's been given to us. Some of the land we don't even want because it's not something that we want to maintain or develop or would benefit our community at all. But that call hasn't been made because there's nobody that's really gone out to look at it in a detailed manner. 66% of that position will be paid out of the development services fund, which means development fees will pay for that position. That position will also manage some of the projects that are going on, like the Ronwood Park development, the Maple Hills Park development, and if the Community Arts Center construction goes forward, that person would also oversee part of that as well. 2 parks maintenance workers that'll be assigned to the Maple Hills Park.
I gotta ask.
Go ahead.
2 full-time employees to maintain 1 park?
You see the size of our heart?
That
Really?
park
That's
is large.
That's a 10-acre park. I know exactly how big it is. 2 full-time people.
No, I mean, they're being assigned to Maple Hills Park. They'll also work on Ronwood Park and other things, but there's definitely an increased demand.
160 hours or 80 hours a week, man hours for 1 park.
It'd be best if Isaac could answer this when he's here.
It would.
All right.
Okay, I'll bring that up again.
Okay. And then these ones are underlined in green because their position cost is offset by revenues. But a senior engineer that will assist in the fiber project that's going on, 45% will be paid for in the general fund and 55% development services. Yes.
Councilmember Whitelock's hand went up.
Oh, good. Sorry, I missed your hand. Chair
That's
Whitelock.
okay. Thank you. Back to Maple Hills. For some reason, I thought they were a special district still and that was paying for them.
No, there's no special district for Maple
At
Hills.
Maple Hills, no. Okay. Thank you.
Highlands would be the only area.
Oh, Highlands. Okay, thank
we-
you.
You're very welcome.
Denise, if I may, Chair, if I may interject for 1 sec. We keep talking about bringing on Maple Hills this year, which is true. We are bringing on Maple Hills. We're also bringing on the new Bingham Highway detention, which is another, how many acres, Brian? Another large park space out at New Bingham Highway, which is a detention basin that doubles as park space as well. That's also coming online this year. And so hence some of the need for the park maintenance workers.
We're adding an engineering inspector 1, same reason for the fiber project that's going on. And then we need another part-time passport agent to keep up with the demand over there, but revenue will offset that directly. Next slide. All right, so this is, yay, we made it through in time. The Development Services Fund. So this is kind of a glimpse into the Development Services Fund. Next. All right, so fees to service. Yes.
Thank you. I was wondering if there'd be another slide after that. So it's not considered a new position, the Public Services Director promotion, making a new director position.
Oh, the Public Utilities Director
Public Utilities,
position.
sorry, Public Utilities.
It is replacing the utility manager position, so it's really more of a promotion, so to speak, of a position versus a new position.
Okay.
It's not an additional FTE, and there's no cost increase.
And along those same lines, what exactly is the difference between an independent special function, such as an economic development director versus, is that considered new as well?
In the org chart, is that what you're saying?
Well, in the org chart, but also in terms of what we're talking about with the new positions. I just haven't seen it.
Oh,
in any
the
special-
economic development is called a special function.
Yeah.
That is called out in code. That's how that department is called out in code as being identified, but it has been a special function the whole time.
Because it's on, I think it's page 270. It shows the compensation, but I was just curious if that made any difference in new positions. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so the Development Services Fund, it's intended to capture the fees and ensure the services are provided. It helps us identify, and I think this is going to be most useful. Corbin and I kind of had some fun debates on whether to create this fund or not, but after we kind of did it as an exercise to see, is it really going to give us the information we want? We really found that it identified where we had some gaps in cost recovery. And so we did do an increase in fees. So it will identify when fees are not adequate for cost recovery, and it will identify when our staffing's at the right level or not as well. The fund will always carry a reserve balance that might be negative and it might get recovered. We know that we have lots of large development that's going to break up break up in that west side. We have Jones Ranch, we have Woods Ranch, we have all kinds of things going on. And as those come in, where our development fees will come in as well. And we should see taking up some of that negative balance in the next year and bringing it forward to a positive balance. However, if we see a continued negative balance, then we need to really assess what is our levels or what are our fees? Are they at the right place or not? We are proposing a 10% fee increase across the board for all development related fees. And right now it's budgeted at a negative reserve balance of $386,000. Now the revenue for this fund will be the permitting fees. You'll see it identified by type in that fund. And then the expense, the direct costs will be the planning and building departments or divisions. But there's also indirect costs because there's a lot of time that goes into development. You as a council spend time on that development. Our planning commission spends time. The mayor's office spends time. Public affairs does some of the noticing. My department does all of the accounting and the financial reporting. The recorder's office does some of the noticing and the ordinance work, and HR hires the staff. And so there's all those things. The fire marshal works on it, and public services works on it, and the parks project manager. So all of those things are indirect costs, and they're based on a small percentage of the budget for those departments or a specific position if it's specific to it. So you'll see they're very conservative. They're modest. They were not exorbitant amounts that were pushed over into this fund. And it's still barely sustaining itself. It does not mean we want to change our staffing levels at all, because we have very professional staff that does a good job of turning our development review around. It may indicate that we need more staff, especially as development picks up. But you also need to have that balance where you're saying that your staffing level and your development demand is also, congruent with each other. So right now, I think we're in a good place. So we're going to be adding a couple of positions, I think, that will assist in that. That is all I prepared for this evening. That's a lot of information, but I am available for individual questions or reviews on the budget as you need. We'll be having 2 more work sessions that are scheduled. One on your off council nights. So it's the Wednesday off council nights for 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. And we will go more deeply into some of the other funds as well as some of the department budgets. Is there something specific in your next work sessions that you would like me to focus on or that you will be interested in or want information on? Otherwise, I'll just kind of prepare as I think. What is it? The 18th and June 1st. Okay, that's it for this evening. Enjoy reading your novel. Thank you for your time. I know this takes up novels. This takes up a lot of your time, but this is your primary responsibility as a council, and I look forward to working with you on anything that you need on this budget year. So thank you.
With that, we will take a 15-minute break and we will reconvene for those of you that are in the military, we'll reconvene at 1900 hours or subtract 12 and that's 7 p.m.
Works in the medical field too, Calvin.
I love those clocks that have the numbers 1 through 24 and the hands go around.
They're cool.
So how's Delaware?
It's mostly nice. It's been really rainy today. Yesterday and today have been pretty and nice. So really rainy makes it hard. When all you can do is be in the house after being in the house for so long, it's, challenging.
Yep. You know, that's like wielding the, you know, the power of Greystone or something, you know. Welcome to the West Jordan City Council meeting for Wednesday, May 11th, 2022. I'm Kelvin Green. I'll be chairing tonight's meeting. Joining me tonight are council members Jacob, Worthen, Bloom, Pack's on his way in, and council member McConaughey, Keeling, council member Whitelock is joining us by Zoom tonight from sunny Delaware. So we're glad that she can use the technology to still be with us. Also with us tonight, our council office director, Anderson. I'm thinking what his title is. City attorney, Rob Wall, chief administrative officer, Corbin Lee, and Mayor Dirk Burton. Our first order of business tonight is the pledge of, and that we noticed there's lots of people here, so we're glad you're here. For whatever reason you might be here. If it's school, we're sorry you had to make it do homework. So to be here, we love having you here, but we're sorry that we're your homework. Our first order of business tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I understand Duncan Murray is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
The audience could please rise and repeat the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our next order of business is we're going to recognize a resident of West Jordan for some outstanding things she's done. Kim, do you want to come up here? While she's coming up here, come on up, stand over by Council Member Jacob. Kim is Educator of the Year in Jordan School District. And that's great when we have West Jordan residents who can do such great things. And so we wanted to recognize her for that. So council, if you don't mind, y'all go up. We shake her hand, get a picture. And we also have the certificate and a pin for her. But if we'll all step out. The city council would like to recognize people who do good things in the community. If you know someone who's done something outstanding, please reach out to one of your council members, or you can email our council comments line, and we would love to recognize other outstanding residents of West Jordan City. So thank you for your accomplishments tonight, Kim. Next up on the agenda is public comment. This is the opportunity for our residents to discuss to the, or you can tell the council or the mayor what you would like to do. We would remind you that comments that we're probably not going to respond to your comments. We would request that you help us keep the meeting safe and comfortable for everyone. If you are on Zoom, if you want to speak, please press *9 or raise your hand and we will call on you. Or if you're in the room here, please step up to the dais and tell us your name, and then you would have 3 minutes to make public comment. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make any public comments? Public comments is 3 minutes.
Or less. You get 3 minutes.
This here is a Russian thistle. It grows this tall. It's a noxious weed.
Can the
Would you
gentleman
mind
speak at the
stepping over
lectern
to
so
the-
that those on
Step into the microphone.
Zoom can hear? Thank you.
People can't hear you.
Okay.
And you have 3 minutes.
I'm Don Williams. I live in West Jordan. I've lived here for 45 years. This is a Russian thistle. It grows this tall, has a blue flower, purple flower on the top, and it sends out things and it makes more little ones faster than we can populate. This here is foxtail. Foxtail is a noxious weed. It if a dog gets in its nose, it bothers its nose, and that it's very flammable. Okay, and for the last 40 years, I have called the Utah Salt Lake Canal, and I have told them we have problems with weeds on the canal. I live on 7420 South, and so they say, the canal says it's not our problem. I says, whose is it? He says, it's the county's. So I call the county and I talked with a Norland, very nice guy. And because the wastewater from the west side, it runs down the valley and it runs into the Jordan, into that canal, about 2950, okay? And for the county's part, they spray the weeds along the roadway and east into the canal. And they do a good job of that. Every year I call and remind them to spray them before they go to seed. On the other side of the canal, on the other side of the road, on the east side, dropping off towards the county, that is not the county's responsibility. So I called the city. I asked the city, and there's a lady out there, Public Works. You can't get past her. I says, we have a problem. She says, what's the problem? I said, we have weeds. We have noxious weeds. We'd like to get them sprayed. She says, the weeds are not our weeds. They belong to the property owner. I asked the property owners, and the property owner says, our property ends at that fence that runs along the canal. It is not our responsibility. So we have a section of weeds out there about 20 feet wide, which is covered with these beautiful weeds that gets in everybody's yards. I myself, I don't live on the canal. My property doesn't reach the canal. Every year.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you.
kind of bullshit.
That's the standard rule is 3 minutes. I see one hand in Zoom. It looks like Ann Forrester. I have allowed you to talk. You should be able to unmute yourself, or you should be unmuted and you should be able to talk. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ann Forrester. I live in District 4 in West Jordan. We love living out here. We've been here for 13 years. It's a great place to live and raise our family. I have 2 comments I just wanted to bring to the council's attention. First is I live in a subdivision called Loneview North, and we have 2 street signs that don't match up on one of the streets. I'm not sure which department would oversee that, but we have 2 street signs that say Annandale, but they are spelled differently. And we have noticed that and can't believe we haven't noticed it before. But we just wanted to bring that, some of us in the neighborhood, bring it to the council's attention. And then next, our subdivision runs along 7800 South. And for District 4, we've seen a lot of new growth out this way. And I would make I guess, urge the council to consider widening 78th. I'm not sure if that's been on the agenda or not, but from 5600 West and westward towards U111, the traffic on 7800 South, it has gotten pretty congested in just the couple years we've lived out in this subdivision. And so I'm not sure if that's on the council's agenda or has been brought up in planning commission, but it is something that we as residents have noticed out here, just how busy that stretch of 78th has gotten. Thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Whoops. Sorry, I hit the button, but thank you. Is there?
I was just gonna say, thanks for all you guys do, and thanks for letting me take the time up tonight.
What's the address? I'm going to ask because I can see the public works director sitting in the cheap seats. What's the address of those signs that doesn't match?
It's in the Loneview North neighborhood and it's on Annandale Way. So it's the roundabout on 6400 West and Annandale. That has one spelling on Annandale Way. And then as you travel west on 65, if you travel west on Annandale, you'll see the other street signs of Annandale that are spelled a different way than what's at the roundabout.
I see the public works director busily making notes, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. As we went through public comments, I know typically we'll wait till the end to make any requests of staff, but I was going to ask if somebody could speak with the gentleman about weeds to make sure that we get the location. And it looks like Mr. Langford did that. Just for the benefit of the public, we've got Mr. Langford here. We've got the gentleman who's responsible for our property and also parks and weed abatement. And all those different functions are listening tonight. So we should have you in good hands to help figure out where exactly the resolution needs to be found with this. So thank you for your patience. Thank you, Chair.
Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? I don't see any hands up in Zoom, and anybody else going once, going twice. At this point, I will close public comment, and we will move on to the reports of the council from the mayor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me join you at your council meeting again today. It's been a couple of weeks. It's been a couple of busy weeks, but I'll just share with you a couple of exciting things that happened. One is I got to attend an aeronautics conference, Utah's first aeronautics conference. And I went to it because there's an airport located in West Jordan. And it was very beneficial for me to be there. We don't own it. We don't operate it. but it affects us as we all live around it. And you'll be seeing some ideas that I obtained from that conference coming forward soon on some things that we can do, even though we don't have parts of the airport to move forward. But on the same note, we have still and are continuing to work with Salt Lake City. We're probably about 6 months into the new RFP that they're doing. There's been committee meetings where we've had staff attend and some other residents who have been to some of those committee meetings to help Salt Lake City decide what improvements are proper for this airport. So that's some good news happening over there. The other thing is, it was kind of fun today. West Jordan High School and Copper Hills High School were playing each other in baseball, and they invited me to throw out the first pitch. And that was the first time I've ever had that fantastic experience, and I had a ball doing that. Not only was that so good, and we have some West Jordan school students that are here now. Sorry you're missing the ball game. So thank you for coming. And I know that's a school assignment, but this is so exciting to be here. You'll probably want to stay the entire meeting. Anyway, while I was there, I got a autographed ball by the players of the West Jordan High School. So thank you for those. And then thank you for those who come and shared your comments. Believe me, your comments will be followed up. So some of you have already, and those are online, they will be as well. So we appreciate all the comments you bring to this meeting, and follow up will happen. Thank you.
We have a lot we want to update you on, Council. First, we just want to let you know as you know, the county operates the senior center, but we own the building and maintain the building. The county has closed the operations at the senior center for a week while we recarpet the building and fix some cracks that have occurred in the kitchen area. We believe those cracks originally appeared with the earthquake, and we've had a hard time repairing them without getting in there a little bit better. So during this time while the senior center is closed, we're going to make those big repairs and updates to the building. Next, I want to turn some time, if I may, over to Chris Pangra in Economic Development to give you an update on some things happening in the Southwest Quadrant. Chief Maxfield to give you an update on some items in fire. And then a minute from Tawny Barker in Public Affairs and Brian Clegg in Public Works.
No. All right. Thank you for a little bit of your time today. I do have a few slides that I will email to you so you guys have them, because there's some pictures that might be interesting to you. But as always, I'm open to questions if you have any afterwards, because there's a lot going on in economic development, and especially in the Southwest Quadrant. So received some correspondence from a couple of council members asking questions about what's going on with the Southwest Quadrant, because we had started to work on building momentum with the future plan and visioning. And then for a couple different reasons, we kind of put the pause on moving forward with the resolution, which was about a year ago today. It was last April. So while we did table that, the work on developing the Southwest Quadrant, the vision, and making progress out there, that has definitely not been tabled, because we've been running 1,000,000 miles an hour, not just in economic development, but in quite a few different departments within the city, all for the benefit of, well, lots of different parts of the city, but certainly the Southwest Quadrant has been a major focus, especially with infrastructure and with a whole lot of planning efforts with existing landowners and developers. So we've been, I'm just going to hit the highlights. So for those of you who may be unfamiliar, the Southwest Quadrant is I'm speaking about is really from 90th South down to Old Bingham Highway, and then from approximately where Boeing is over to the western boundary of the city. So it's kind of that Southwest Quadrant, if you will, of the city. So it's been really interesting in working with all the landowners out there. There used to be more landowners that had control of the land, but what's been happening is I've been working with the Boyer Company
and with the Gardner Company, who are kind of the preeminent commercial and industrial developers in the state. And they've been entering into agreements with various landowners to consolidate development control of the land. And I have to say, just to give a shout out to Boyer and Gardner, you know, we've all had lots of interactions with developers where, you know, the relationship can become adversarial. These relationships have been anything but. We've been actively planning and working with them in some cases where it's maybe in their best interest to move quickly to capture market share for industrial projects that are coming online. They could be pursuing those, and in many cases we are together, but they've been working with the city and really slowing their process so that they can make sure that we're getting a win-win, and it's been great to work with them. The project area plan that was established in 2016 contemplated for this whole area that it would really become a job center. And so we've been continuing to develop that plan in working with both of the developers. And so here are some of the things that have happened, just very brief. Again, not just in economic development, but a lot of other departments as well. Over $55 million in investment for capital improvements, primarily water projects and sewer and streetscapes. Heavy lifting from quite a few different departments. A lot of those, specifically the Zone 6 water tank and the Zone 5 water tank, are moving forward. The Zone 5 tank has an agreement, which we're working with two developers. Denise and the CAO have been leading that and getting very, very close. And the Zone 6 tank should be breaking ground, if I understand, in the next week, or we'll say or two, just to give them a little bit more room. Huge legislative effort in the last session, $10 million in funding for extension of the 90th South corridor from U111 to 6400 West. That's a huge win and definitely important for everything going on out there. We've been working, planning department's been doing some heavy lifting, getting the general plan updated and working with the community committee on that. And I've been participating in those meetings as well. And then getting down to the brass tacks of it, efforts individually with the Boyer Company and Gardner. So the Boyer Company has 150 acres of industrial zoned land. So it's already zoned M1. And we've been working through the process with with many different departments on their building permit for a 1 million square foot flex industrial space. So this will be just to the west of the Nova Data Center and to the east of the Amazon on Old Bingham. We've been actively working with them on finding companies to fill that space when they do get that out of the ground. And they are currently in talks with a Fortune 100 company that's looking at the property. So we're excited about that. They've also been working with us actively on business retention and expansion. We've got a lot of companies in West Jordan already that are looking to invest more money in the state of Utah. And we've got future projects that I think are imminent for BRE that the Boyer's been working with us. So they've been an awesome partner. We're looking forward to what's next for them. There will be some future announcements coming probably in the not too distant future with them. And then the next one is Gardner. Gardner has been working with one of the major property owners. They have about 320 plus acres of land that we're actively working on planning and working with them on an overlay zone. Again, lots of heavy lifting from the planning department and others. And they've been great to work with. We've also been working on submitting RFI responses through EDCU So the Economic Development Corporation of Utah, businesses ask them, we need space for X. And there's a lot of projects coming through with big investments for industrial. We've been working with them to submit their properties in responses to those. And then lots of other planning stuff that we're working on with them, but in the interest of time, we'll just kind of move to the next steps. The big thing that I'm most excited about, for those of you that are interested in how are we going to get the message out, there's a balance that we're trying to take right now to make sure that we're not putting the message out there before Gardner has any entitlements, because right now most of their land is zoned agricultural. They've got a pending application for 63-acre rezone to industrial as kind of a stopgap while we continue working through all the planning efforts for the remainder of their land. And that will allow them to kick off and start working on actively building something that will bring new industrial. And in the meantime, as we're leading up to that, we're actually beginning talks about a joint marketing campaign to put together video, print material, and getting marketing material out to talk about what the Southwest Quadrant is. And that'll be participation between Boyer, Gardner, and West Jordan Economic Development. So we're really excited about that. There's lots of other stuff going on, but I'll leave it with that in the interest of time. Do any of the council members have questions? Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, council. I just wanted to report on a couple of things that have taken place in the fire department recently. First, this last Saturday, we were able to partner with the American Red Cross as part of their Sound the Alarm campaign, where they hand out free smoke detectors. We had done some planning with them. We wanted to target a specific area where we've had a number of fires recently in an effort to reach out to the community and help them feel safer. The fire department was able to go out with them. Saturday morning, we went out to the area near Country Squire Park on about 8600 South and 4000 West. And I got an email this week from the Red Cross stating that we were able to hand out fire safety information to over 64 homes. We installed 89 smoke detectors, and we were able to reach out to 172 clients or 172 homes. They said that they also got 20 plus referrals from this event as well. And I was out there going door to door with some of our firefighters, and it really felt like the response was well received, and the community was really happy that we were out there doing that. So I think it was a success, and we hope to partner with the Red Cross to continue that into the future. The other thing I wanted to mention, one of our captains he was nominated and is being awarded this evening at a dinner and ceremony at Jordan Valley Hospital, the 2022 EMS Steward of the Community Award. I don't know all the details of it exactly. I wasn't able to get my hands on any kind of nomination material, but I did talk to our EMS liaison, who said that it goes before a committee and they review all the people that were nominated and then make that decision. So we just wanted to recognize him for that great thing. Zach Kessler. Did I not mention his name? Okay. Yep. One of our captains, Zach Kessler. The final thing, I just wanted to extend an invitation. I think all of you are aware and have probably received an invitation, but tomorrow evening we will be having our open house at Station 53. We have a lot of activities set up that will be enjoyable for kids and adults, and it's open to the community from 5 to 8 to come walk through the station, see what firefighters do, see some of the equipment and the tools that we have, and just ask questions. So I'd like to invite you to that. Councilmember Worthing.
Just for the audience, will you let them know where that's located at?
Yes, that is 7602 South, Jordan Landing Boulevard. It's the one right out there at Jordan Landing that you can see up on the hill. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks for leaving this on for me, Chief. I always struggle with the mic. I have just a couple things for you guys tonight. First of all, during your discussion with Denise, you had some questions about the legislature and the auditor's office. I did want to let you know that there were 3 bills similar to what she discussed that the auditor's doing with the building and inspection and impact fees, and that were introduced last year that we were able to fight off. However, just keep in mind that in addition to the auditor's office and what they're requiring, there are actually already 2 open bill files this year, and there's 1 interim study taking place. So I do anticipate that we're going to see quite a bit of legislation on this this next year, and though we'll obviously try to push that back, I think it's something that we'll be talking about. So just wanted to make you aware of that. Second, wanted to let you know, usually I have to text you. Tonight I get to tell you. Earlier this evening, as you started your work session, I was meeting with one of our local stations up at Ronwood Park. We've had some complaints about watering. I'm happy to tell you there is no story because we haven't started watering up at Ronwood Park yet. And so I met some residents up there to talk to them about the space as well as the media. And I introduced them to the Boys Ranch, who is watering their lawn up there. So if you hear anything to the contrary, please let me know and we'll do some follow-up work on that. Finally, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about our garbage change day. We are now in kind of the middle of week 2 of that change. Really happy with how this went. If you remember, this change was impacting about 4,500 households in the city of West Jordan. We had extensive communication go out over the last month, and very happy to report that we've had fewer than 100 requests for garbage pickup, and our calls have been far less than we anticipated. So we believe that most people did receive communication, and I always like to remind you how well our digital communication does. We had over 68% of the individuals impacted open the email about this particular issue, which is a very high percentage, almost unheard of. So thank you for your time and happy to share those items with you.
Thanks, Council Chair and Council. Just a few updates on a few projects we got going on. It's been starting to get really busier. So as Mr. Pengram mentioned before, Zone 6 water storage tank, we held the pre-con yesterday. Notice to proceed to start the excavation work will start on May 23rd. They'll start digging for that tank. And that will be about an 18-month build. So a year and a half to build that tank. Moving down the list here, we're starting overlays around June 10th, asphalt overlays. This year we've hit some east side subdivisions that are older roads. With that comes a lot of raised gutter and sidewalk with the park strip trees. We've had to remove a few of the trees, well, quite a few trees actually, in different people's park strips with their permission. In doing that, we want to keep our urban forest replenished. So we did tree vouchers. If we removed a tree, we gave them vouchers for 2 trees to replant. So that's actually taking place now, handing out the vouchers, and we're about done handing those out. Constitution Park, I don't know if you guys have been by there. You can see some work being done. Some of the rock is being installed now. Old sod being grubbed out. That project should be completed, hopefully, well, barring no bad weather where we can't get equipment in there, the end of this month. So staff's moving along on that project. Lastly, just a reminder, the 1300 West open house for the 1300 West widening will be will be held May 17th from 6 to 8 at Riverside Elementary. I think you guys have received the emails on that. So that's all I got. Any questions? Thanks.
I don't have a question. I have more of a comment. It just more related to Isaac. We have some young people in the audience and, middle-aged, whatever, doesn't matter. We are hiring parks people and so a few other positions. So go to westjordan.utah.gov, check it out. Great city to work for. Brian actually has been, how long have you been here, Brian?
32 years.
And you started in
as seasonal.
Yeah. So check it out, you guys. Want to give a shout out for his department, previous department. he has elevated himself all the way up.
Public Works is hiring too.
See?
Hey, Brian, one, will you comment, since one of the public comment asked about 78th, will you comment on the status of the project between the roundabout?
Yes, that is currently in design. We're working through that. I don't have a time frame, a good time frame to give you on when that will take place. We're also working with UDOT to try to have them widen, because we all know one of the big pinch points is at Mountain View. And if we widen our section, you're still going to have that pinch point. So we're working through that with them. But our portion is in design. It's being designed. I just don't have a good firm date to give information out on that right now. But it is in the process. Thank you.
I forgot the most important part. So I'm just going to take a quick mulligan to introduce. Everyone's hiring. We did hire. We hired Mark Summers for the business retention and expansion position. Councilmember Green, he's an Air Force veteran, so you might like that. That's not why we hired him, but it helps. It helps. Anyway, just want to introduce you to Mark real quick.
I won't hold the Air Force against him.
Appreciate that, council member. Yeah, I'm happy to be here at West Jordan. I actually grew up here, so if you ever need anything relating to businesses, please reach out.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, was that everything?
Yes, thank you. That's everyone. Quite a bit going on right now.
Thank you. Is all of Jordan School District here? Or are you still waiting for somebody? Okay. Just one, if everybody's here, we just move into that, but since he's not, we'll just let me know. Our next item on the agenda was an update from Jordan School District. As you notice on the agenda, they asked to be about 8 o'clock or soon after so that the superintendent could be here. Obviously, he's not here yet, so we're going to skip Jordan School District and come back to you when he gets here, when we can put that in the middle. So we are going to move to public hearings. Our first public hearing tonight is regarding ordinance number 22-22. Is that lucky number or something? 22-22 that's we're amending the West Jordan City Code and it deals with the development plan process and zoning administrator authority. Larry, is that you presenting or is Duncan going to do that? Looks like Mr. Gardner
We're going to tag team it.
Okay.
Duncan actually wrote the majority of the ordinance, so he'd be the expert on it. But as the good evening council, is the council aware, we use the development plans quite a bit in the planning process. They've become in the past, they were only used in the west side planning area that was established probably in the early part of the century. But since then, they've been used in other zones of the city, planned residential development plan, community, senior housing overlay, transit oriented, and the city center. While they were all administered out of the west side planning area title. And so what this ordinance will do is it will create a new section that will administer development plans. So there won't be that confusion to say, well, there's a senior housing overlay development plan. Why do I have to go to the west side planning area to look for the regulation? So this will create its own section that will administer development plans, what needs to be on them, their timeframes, expiration dates, so forth. The second part of the ordinance deals with zoning administrator authority. As the council is aware, the zoning administrator is giving discretion when it comes to minor variations of development plans. This new ordinance and major variations will have to go to the planning commission and council. This further defines what those major variations to development plans will be. And Duncan, I'd like him to come up and explain that a little more. He kind of wrote the ordinance, and so.
And I'm not sure if we can pull up the ordinance, but it's, what I'm going to talk mostly about is the line numbers 535 through 600. And that part is entitled Variations from Approved Plans and Development Standards. And in particular, subsection B deals with major variations. That is and those lines are 540 through 551 in particular is the main meat of the change. In the current version of the city code in this subsection, it explains really well what a minor variation is, but there's not as much structure and explanation as to what a major variation is. And that's what this subsection B deals with. And it basically says that if there's something in a development plan that's unique, or if the planning commission had as a condition of approval something, or if there's a condition of approval that you as the council had, or if the applicant offered something in particular, then those items would be major variations. And then if it's the planning commission that approved the development plan, then only the planning commission could make a change to that condition. Or if the council approved the development plan, then only the council can approve that condition, as opposed to minor variations that are very, very limited, where the zoning administrator could make that change without coming back to the planning commission and council. So that really is the main meat of the change. And then we did kind of change around the order a little bit to make it a little bit more clear. At the very end on lines 590 to 600 is the final checklist that if it is a minor variation that the zoning administrator is going to make, he has to make those 5 findings A through E, including that it does not constitute a major variation and thus that he has the authority to make it. So we're hopeful that by rearranging these provisions that they're all in one part of the code for all these 7 zones, and then by as the council wanted, limiting the zoning administrator's authority and making it clear that if the planning commission or council made a change or made a specific condition of approval, that only they could make that if there was a subsequent change being recommended. We feel like this is responsive to what the council wanted. Are there any specific questions that you have on specific proposed provisions in this ordinance?
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll keep the opinion and that until after the public hearing. But the question I have right now is on line 549. If there was something that was suggested or offered by an applicant as part of initial application, would that still hold if the initial applicant went through, did the first portion of development, then turned around and sold it to somebody else, and now we have a new applicant?
Yes. Yeah, if there was something that, the way this is worded, if there was something that was part of that development plan negotiation, and that was offered by the applicant, they presumably got something in return, and then there's a new applicant or a new developer, then yes. If that new applicant wanted to make a change, that would be a major variation.
Okay. I was a little bit concerned when I read that it was tied to the applicant, not the application.
Yes.
So, yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? It doesn't look like there's any.
Okay.
Seeing no questions from the council, I'm going to open this up for public comment on this particular item. If there is anybody either on Zoom or here in the audience that would like to comment on this ordinance, now's the time to do that. You would have 3 minutes to provide feedback to the council. I do not see any hands raised in Zoom. I don't see a herd rushing towards the podium here. So with that, I will close public hearing and turn it back to the council for comments. Councilmember McConaughey.
I don't see anyone else's light up, so I will just move to approve ordinance 22-22.
I was going to make a comment, so it did go off because
Would you like me to withdraw the motion, or would you like to second and then add comment to the motion?
I'll second that comment.
Okay.
I like this ordinance. So the only thing that I'm wondering, and I would like to see added, and I should have done this beforehand, and I'm terrible at doing this. I'm normally better at this than doing this, but in section 4, around line 600, this is where it talks about the zoning administrators authorized to grant a minor variation upon a written determination. I would like to see line F added that says the written determination made by the zoning administrator will be provided to the council land use committee. And so that I just that way that just gives the council a little bit of oversight, a little bit of warm fuzzy, so that we know what's going on. And so I would like to add that. I don't know what you think or anybody else thinks.
So Kelvin, do you want to make a substitute motion?
Yes, I'm going to make a substitute motion to approve the ordinance with the addition of section 4F that says the written determination will be provided to the council land use committee. Councilmember McConaughey.
Possible second, if that would be adjusted to just say to the city council office rather than specifically to the land use committee. That way all of us are.
Okay, I'm good with that.
All right.
So I'll reword that it's the written, that so section 4F would be that the written determination would be provided. Written determination shall be provided to the council land use or to the council office.
Second.
I see City Attorney Wall.
Chairman Green, could I ask you to make one more change?
Go for it.
If you look at line 544, 545, and then 547 and 549, it's lettered ABAB instead of ABCD. And I could probably just make that change and not tell anybody after it's passed, but it would be better if you change that. And then one comment.
Hey, but this is the new Jordan School District alphabet.
Oh, I see.
They knew it. They got it.
True. And then the other comment I wanted to make, I didn't want to interrupt the discussion, but just before you vote, so there's no question, you'll notice that in the 4 conditions where the major variations, where the zoning administrator cannot touch those, it refers on line 545, the planning commission relative to the development plan, and 547, the city council relative to the development plan. Already, if either of those bodies were to put something in a development agreement, that can't be touched. So the reason it doesn't say development agreement is that's already in the law. This is development plans that might come before those two bodies. As you know, many times those development plans are part of the development agreement, but there could be times when it's just the development plan that's being reviewed.
Thank you. Councilmember McConaughey.
I was just going to comment that Councilmember Whitelock's hand was up again.
Oh, Councilmember Whitelock. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's hard to,
It
it's hard to
actually never
juggle
went
this, isn't
down.
it? Oh,
It
okay.
is hard, isn't it? I
Yes.
agree.
Thank
I just wanted to point out something. I emailed Scott about it. Now I'm okay with it, but and I don't have the line number. I'm sorry. It's 137I-4, C. And it gives the zoning administrator the ability to extend. We've got these timelines that they have to follow. One is 2 years, one is 3 years, but it gives him him or her the ability to extend it by 6 months. And when I first read that, I was a little bit uneasy with it, but Scott's point was that even more so in today's atmosphere of what's going on, that may be something that's needed if you can't get, steel beams or 2x4s or sheetrock or whatever, because it's just not available in our new world. At times they may need an extension. So as long as everyone's fine with it, we should proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So now do I need to remake my motion?
You need to include what
okay,
the attorney said.
I'm gonna remake the motion and that we add line it'll basically, it's in section 4. It would be line 4F under the
Council or Chairman, call it 600A.
Okay,
and then
so
we'll know where to tell
okay.
the codifier to
Thank
put it in
you.
there.
We will add line 600A that says the written determination shall be provided to the council office. And the second amendment is to modify the lines so that it reads B1, A, B, C, D at line 547.
Could that second part just be replaced with and correct any Scrivener errors that exist?
And correct any Scrivener errors that exist.
And that is a very good comment. And actually, there's already authority for us to do that. I called this one out because it was up there on the screen in case anybody saw it and thought, what are you guys doing? But thank you, council member.
I'd offer a second.
We have a motion by Council Vice Chair Green, second by Council Member McConaughey.
Was that my third second?
That was your third second.
Can we just have Cassidy read it back to ensure that she's got it? Please.
Please, thank you. Will you please read that back?
Sure. I have that Councilmember Green made a substitute motion to approve ordinance number 2222, amending the 2009 West Jordan. We're going to just go through all of that part with the addition of line 600A that says the written determination will be provided to the city council office and to correct any of the errors that exist. And then I have Council McConaughey as the second.
It needs to say the type of errors though, not just errors.
Scrivener errors.
Scrivener's errors.
I've updated it to say such.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ask the lawyers. Let's take the roll call vote on this.
Councilmember Bloom,
Yes.
Acting Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Sure.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next public hearing deals with, hopefully that one will go faster.
Do we want to back up the agenda for the school district?
Yeah, we can do that if you want, or we do the public hearing and then go to them, whatever. You know what, let's go to the present, since they're all here. Let's go to the, we will divert back to the agenda and we will have the presentation and the report from the Jordan School District. We're glad to have our partners from across the street here, and go ahead. you have a whole lot of people, and if you'll just introduce yourself and tell us, and then just proceed.
Superintendent, if you could just press the right button there on the mic.
Did I get the right one? Okay, great, perfect. Thank you very much. I sure appreciate your flexibility in allowing us to present this evening. I know we've been working for a while to align our schedules, and it's nice to see friendly, familiar faces that I've had the opportunity to work with for a long time. My name is Anthony Godfrey. I'm the superintendent for Jordan School District. This is my 3rd year, so I have everything figured out. And the last 3 years, I don't know how they've been for you, but they've been perfectly smooth for us. So no, it's been an exciting time. There's a lot to accomplish and a lot to work through. And as you indicated, we're really pleased to be partners with West Jordan City. We're at our best when we're partners and when we're working together, and we've done that really well for a long time. I'd like to introduce the folks that are here with me. Nikki George is here from the board, as is Marilyn Richards, and they're very engaged. You'll know them because they're very engaged in West Jordan City and in the district as a whole. They work really hard to represent the citizens of West Jordan well, and they do a great job of that, and I sure appreciate their support personally as well. We also have Scott Thomas here, our administrator of auxiliary services that you and your staff will be familiar with as well. Scott Feston, our in-house demographer. Travis Hamblin, who oversees our student services and planning. And we have Mike Anderson, who's our associate superintendent here, as well as Tammy Pfeiffer, who is our community engagement specialist, and you'll hear from her and from Scott Feston in just a few minutes. Like I said, we know that we have the same goals, just different roles. We want to create a great community and help support those who live here and make this a great place to be. And I love working together with you on accomplishing that. Some of the things that we've been working on as a district include health and wellness of our employees and of our students and of the families in our community. One of the things that we've done is create the Student Services Department that's represented here to provide that support and to expand the support that we have available through that department. We also had a health and wellness day in February that allowed us to kind of pause and gave families some resources to take time and reconnect and just to look out for each other. And we're going to be doing that again next year. That's built into the calendar. We had great support from local businesses in that effort, and look forward to continuing to work on that goal of supporting health and wellness for everyone in our district, whatever their role is. We've also worked on literacy, and that's really been a main focus for us. Literacy, of course, is a gateway to all learning, and we've been focused on that at the elementary level in particular in the last year. In addition to putting in place the Walk to Read program you referenced earlier, we've reduced the number of letters in the alphabet also, which really helps. The fewer letters you have to learn, the faster you learn to read. So it works out great. No, we've worked really hard on literacy, and our teachers have shouldered that and moved forward. Our families are on board with that, and we're already seeing a great impact. Instead of simply, everyone's been working hard for a long time, but the new approach that we're taking is that we look at very specific skills. So there's a very specific skill that a student is lacking. Now they're put into a group that allows them to address that need. And then they move to the next group as soon as they learn that skill. And we're finding great results. We've only had it in place for a year, although we've piloted it in a few schools before that. But we see great things happening already, and we'll continue that literacy effort. I also want to report that the money that was allocated through the last bond election has resulted in every school being built that was promised. We are under budget, and we've opened every school on time. So we're very proud of that and that stewardship over those funds. In fact, we opened one school more than we had planned on opening. So I appreciate the efforts of those in the room here and many others who've made that possible. And we know that managing growth and shifting population is a prime responsibility for us, and that's something we're working hard on. And that's why over the last couple of years, we've been fortunate to have Mr. Feston in our planning department. And so I'm going to give a little bit of time for him to talk about where we are and what we're working on.
Thank you, Superintendent. I've been here before. We were here last year. Travis and I came back in October to talk to you. I have provided the data on the map that Mr. Anderson handed out to all of our cities as we've gone around to meet with the city councils. And I hope a couple of things. I hope I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know. And second of all, I just want to kind of focus your attention on growth from a school district perspective, because it does look different from the education world. I'm grateful for the relationship that I have with your city staff. Scott Langford and Larry Allen are always gracious enough to return a phone call or have a meeting when I need to run something past them. But the map that you have in front of you is West Jordan City. The blue dots on there are building permits that have been issued in the last couple of years. The pink dots are the ones that have been issued in the last 6 months, where we consider that to be active construction. We also track different types of developments. District-wide, we track a little over 1,000 developments that are either planned or under construction or recently completed. So that is the yellow shaded single family areas. The darker yellow is multifamily housing, purple is apartments, and then the light blue would be something else just that we have on our books that we're aware of. It could be senior housing, it could be commercial, could be mixed use, could be something that we're not aware of what it's finally going to look like. So West Jordan is the home to Jordan School District. All 3 of our district facilities are in West Jordan City. Our district office is over in Jordan Landing. Our transportation facility over along the railroad tracks, and our auxiliary services building is across the street here on Redwood Road. We also have 17 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, 2 high schools, and 3 special schools. So there's a lot of Jordan School District in West Jordan City. We have about 9,500 elementary students, and then 5,000 each middle school and high school students. A third of the district enrollment is in West Jordan City, lives in West Jordan City. So there's a lot going on from the school district's perspective. We have 3 properties that we in the district or in the city. We have 2 middle school sites, one adjacent to Falcon Ridge Elementary School on 70th South, one adjacent to Antelope Canyon Elementary School on 90th South, and then an elementary site just to the west of that in the Jones Ranch development. As far as areas that we are watching, obviously a lot of the activity is happening to the west. The Jones Ranch area, we're watching. I'm hearing talk of water tanks, which is good for me because now I kind of have a timeline to work with on when water's available, which means that's when development's going to be coming. So we've been talking with the developer, we've been talking with the city as far as timing and unit counts and future plans there. Wood Ranch is another area that we're watching closely. We've been getting good information from that developer as well. And then the third area that I wanted to point out was the Copper Rim and so named Bowman's Arrow area that that we're watching carefully. Our principal looks out at Falcon Ridge, looks out her window and sees all the homes and calls me in a panic. So it's nice to be able to talk her down a little bit sometimes. A couple of wild card areas, areas that we know have something in the works, but we're not quite sure what yet or what it's going to look like. We've already heard about the Southwest Quadrant. I don't know if there's any residential component to that will affect is what we do from a school perspective. And then on the east side of the city, infill and redevelopment along the Redwood Road corridor. The article in the Tribune on Saturday about the city center development just across the street. All of that will have an impact on the schools, on students, and how we provide those services. So I'm happy to entertain any growth related questions. Don't ask me anything hard. There's only 2 letters in the alphabet.
Geez, I guess we're getting lower and lower here. I don't see any land for high schools.
You have to look really carefully.
Okay, where?
It's actually in the shaded portion at the very bottom of the map. It is in South Jordan City, the north end of Daybreak.
Okay.
Is our only current high school site.
And maybe this isn't a question for you, it might be for somebody else, but the new online schools.
Yes.
What kind of pressure has that taken off of the schools, or is there any data on that yet? Because I know it's still new.
I think the superintendent would love to answer that question.
Okay.
We are excited about our virtual academy. We have an elementary, middle, and high school with a principal at each level and lots of great teachers who have signed up to be a part of that. We have not seen a significant impact in enrollment at any particular school. It's spread throughout the district, but we have high enrollment. I think right now it's in the 600s at the elementary level, which makes it larger than a number of our other elementaries. And we have a lot of full schedules, but a lot of partial schedules also at the middle and high school level where students can choose to just take a few classes as part of that. So it hasn't, it's reduced the number of students in our schools, but not in any particular school.
Councilmember Whitelock, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I just have a comment and a question. My comment is I'd love to see the district change the Falcon Ridge property by Falcon Ridge to something a little more in our city where that's really close to the edge of our city. And then what are we doing for the overcrowding at Sunset Ridge? That is the school that I hear the most in our area, in our city, of how crowded it is. And as you're well aware, we've got a lot of growth coming out there. So what's the plan for that specific school?
The areas of growth to the west are actually bused to Joel P. Jensen. So there's pocket busing for that. The boundary was changed several years ago so that the areas that had not been developed were included in the Joel P. Jensen boundary. So students who move in are bused to Joel P. Jensen, but I think we have very low numbers at this point.
But is
There
that
are-
the long-term plan?
There are no current plans for an additional school, and there are no current announced boundary changes, but it's an area that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Feston?
Yes. Am I good? Am I good? Okay. You currently have, it was just one alternative school, Valley High.
Yes, for the high school level, yes.
Are there plans for a second one with the growth of the district itself?
We still have adequate space within existing Valley High to service the need. So we don't have plans for another alternative school at this point.
Okay, it's an incredible program.
It is a great school.
I've got to know it very well, and it's an incredible program that could be mimicked other places.
I'm glad to hear you've had a positive experience. We're very
It's an
proud of
incredible
Valley.
program. Yeah, it's unique and it's incredible, and I think it could be used to be spread within our high schools and some of the philosophies they have there. So great job with that school.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. I'd also like to introduce you to our community engagement specialist. That's Tammy Pfeiffer that I mentioned earlier. Tammy was hired part-time recently to help strengthen our bonds with communities and with our municipalities. She previously was Governor Herbert's education advisor on the State Board of Education and lots of other positions throughout her life. She's been involved. She a lot of civic involvement and involvement with education. I'll let her get into that, but we're really thrilled to have her with us, and she is going to be continue to be engaging with the city and will just give us that capacity to remain closely connected with you. So I'll give Tammy Pye for a few minutes.
I'm reluctant to tell you how excited I am to be here because it's like a nerdy thing, right? Being in a city council meeting and you're talking about zoning changes and ordinance changes, and the mayor has his budget tie on, and I mean, it's like, it doesn't get any better than this, really. Is that not a budget tie? I mean, it's a mayor thing, right? It's a budget tie. I knew it when I saw it. My name's Tammy Piper. I'm really, again, super nerdy, excited to be here tonight. I served for 8 years on the Logan City Council. We raised our family in Logan, and I was talking about that experience with someone 2 days ago and just said, I really loved that experience. And I know how much you work and how hard it is, but how enjoyable it was to learn and to work with the community and to see things happen and make a difference. And so thank you for what you're doing. I've been where you are, and I'm just very grateful for your service. I'm super excited to be working with the school district this year. It kind of combines this position combines my love for community government and education. And so it's just been really a thrill for me to work with superintendent and the staff at Jordan School District. Part of what I'd like to do first is thank you for the connections that we've already made. I used to work with Councilmember Whitelock through PTA and some previous education things. And then I was introduced several months ago to your community engagement specialist, Tom Barons, and he's been great to work with. I just can't thank you enough. He called me down and we talked about some principal food pantry work, and he offered some help from the city. We found some space, and he actually kind of started the ball rolling on some work with the Jordan Education Foundation that we had not previously thought of. So thanks to you, Mayor, and to Tom, we were able to really expand some of the work of the foundation with those principal pantries. So thank you for that. I've had a good experience also working with your council administrator, Alan Anderson. I've sent him a couple of emails tonight that I've asked him to pass along to you, invitation to some events that are happening, end of year events in our schools. And that's kind of where I'd like to land, is finding ways to engage you with our schools. This is kind of a fun time of the year. Because of the end of year concerts and art walks and orchestra, showcases. So we would love to keep you connected as much as you would like to be connected. I don't want to really stack your inbox, but it's just so great for our students, the ones that were here tonight, for example, to see the council in action and to have you attend school events. If you would like to attend any of the things I emailed you about, please let me know, because we would want to make sure that you're recognized at those events and that you're connected to the people conducting those events. Anything that you're interested in particular in the schools, if you let me know, if you have a passion to do the We the People event, you can join the mayor and I next year. We did that together this year, and I'll make sure you have an opportunity to serve there. If you'd like to guest speak in a class about your vocation or your interest areas, I just want to make sure that that happens, and I will help you with that. So I think that's all I have. Again, thank you for letting us be here. I'm very, very excited about the work we're doing, and I'm excited to connect with you and get to know you better. And you've got my email address. You'll have that and my phone number on the email that I've sent to Alan, and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again for the time. Yeah, there they go. There they go. Yes, we follow through. I just, again, we're excited to be partners with you. This Saturday, we have our challenge run at Veterans Memorial Park. So thanks for all the work you did to make that possible. We're excited to be back doing that. It's a great way to benefit our classrooms, and our foundation, I know, appreciates being able to do that here in West Jordan. So thank you. If there are other questions for me, I'm happy to address those. But in the future, we'll have, we'll stay connected and stay close. So.
Councilman. So I ended up not leaving my mic on and I can't have priority. Councilmember Jacob.
Go ahead, just start at the line. We'll just go right there.
We'll go down the line. I just want to say thank you for coming and thank you for being here. When I started with the city on the planning commission, almost 10 years ago, the thing I hear the most when planning, subdivisions and things came through was, what about the schools? You guys don't even ever think about the schools. You don't even care that the schools are overcrowded. And it was like, oh, we care. There's just not a lot we can do about it.
Sure.
But in those days, the district and the city didn't talk much. And so this is awesome. This is a giant leap. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So I got to start my term in January of 2020. And, like you said, not much happened over the last few years. So, I think I made it to 3 in-person meetings, and I was like, see you in a year from now. So it took a while.
Right.
It's been a tremendously difficult few years. You all know that. I was the council representative for this school district last year. Pamela is currently this year. And I did attend every meeting online. I watched every time, so and reported back, and I realized, how difficult it was for the school board and the teachers. And in fact, just as a side joke, people would say, "Well, at least you're not on the school board." During COVID, I was like, right? It was bad being on council during COVID. There you go. But I just, you guys did a tremendous job. I good or bad or ugly, whichever way you want to look at it. I mean, what a tremendously difficult position for all of you to be in. As a parent that has had a student that has gone through this, it has been a difficult time getting her. I want to personally thank you for your assistance with the issues that we had with my own student, and knowing that the administrators and the teachers and the board and just stepped up to help the kids as much as they could, because it's such a difficult, struggling time. I am very proud to say that my senior is graduating, got through the last 2 years, but that has a lot to do, pretty much everything to do with your teachers and everything and all the work that you guys did. So it has not gone unrecognized. Maybe it's not said as much, but it definitely inside of the homes and these students that have struggled, the parents really know where the rubber hit the road and knows who are the ones that really worked for those kids. So thank all of you for that.
Thank you very much.
As a parent who has graduated 2 seniors in the last 2 years and a third one in junior right now, and a sister who's a teacher, again, your guys' work the last few years hasn't gone unnoticed. I'm trying not to cry. But I do want to give a shout out. You guys, the wellness program that the Jordan School District has, saving lives. It is saving our kids' lives. And I'm talking from experience, and I want to be so grateful for that. I don't know if I can keep talking, but the wellness program with you guys, thank you. Thank you for bringing that, and thank you for saving the lives that we have here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here after a long day. I'm sure you had an early start and now you have late meetings. So appreciate your time. It's been wonderful interacting with you for, 2 decades now. We've ran into each other at various tennis events or PTA meetings over the last 15 or 20 years.
Right.
And I agree. It seems like everyone in Jordan School District goes the extra mile. Teachers, administrators, even volunteers. And it's a wonderful synergy that we have now. As Councilmember Jacob mentioned, it seems like years ago when we had new developments, the most communication we could get when we would have concerned residents is, well, we will service the community, but we don't know how, right? Because of course, lobbying up on Capitol Hill, we can't make it a condition of approval for development on knowing exactly how students will be serviced. So thank you for doing your best. Obviously, pocket busing that we just talked about isn't the optimal issue sometimes, but I'm sure that that you do everything that you can to make it as convenient as possible for citizens. Thank you for the communications that go out. I get the emails, I get the flyers, which makes it a lot easier. And everything from safe walking routes to changing where crosswalks are, it's just nice networking together. So thank you for service. As you mentioned, we're all just doing our part in the community wherever we are, hopefully working together, not competing with each other, but communicating and collaborating well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. When it was asked what we'd be interested in doing, personally, I very much appreciate the invitations for opportunities to interact with the kids in the school, like we did for the Dr. Seuss Day. Very much enjoyed that. The community councils have been immensely helpful because there's a lot that can be seen from the eyes of the parents in those schools that you may not see yourself when you're in your own neighborhood. We've had crosswalks added. We've identified issues with lighting. I very much appreciate the opportunities to be connected there. You have some fantastic staff at the various schools. And since others already took the lead and took a little bit of a personal note, West Jordan Elementary, I'm going to blame Pamela for starting that kid. Jennifer Ludlow, your principal there, is absolutely phenomenal. She cares for our kids as if they were her own. She recognizes us the minute we're anywhere near the school. She knows exactly what's going on with each of our kids. And we've got 4 out of the 5 that are there so far. Second grader, first grader, 2 in the early intervention preschool. She is just absolutely phenomenal. And then some of the other folks, the teachers are fantastic. Mr. Tenney to help with some of the mental health issues with our kids. Man, just absolutely amazing staff there. I really liked how you started off saying that we have the same goals, but different roles. Thank you for all that you do in your roles with the school district to help take care of our kids, take care of our communities. They're absolutely wonderful people there. Thank you for supporting them. I do question the secretary at West Jordan High School a little bit, but for those who don't know, that happens to be my mother. Hopefully she's not listening tonight. But thank you so much for all you do and for the care for our kids and for giving us an opportunity to be engaged in our own community in different ways. And we like to reciprocate. So with the event that's coming up here this weekend, we're happy to be able to help out. Thank you, Chair.
Council Chair Whitelock, I didn't see a hand up, but do you have any comments?
No, I appreciate them coming in and sharing with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I too appreciate you being here. I'm sure you loved waking up to the Salt Lake Tribune saying, "Really, would they want to get rid of our building?" You're going, "Oh, that's news to us." But no, and I too have enjoyed being involved in. I've been involved a couple of years in the We the People out at West Hills Middle School. That's been a great experience. I referee high school basketball and football, so I get to see the good and the bad side of basketball and football coaches and parents and those kind of things. But it's a fun way for me to be involved a little bit in the educational system, and we appreciate the support there too.
Thank you. Well, I sure appreciate your kind comments, and that means the world to us. So thank you very much. We'll stay in close contact. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for being here. We are now going to go back to our public hearing. Thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long day. We are now going to go back to our public hearings, and we're going to do item 7B, discuss accessory dwelling units and considering ordinance 22-21, amending our code regarding accessory dwelling units. Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. So this ordinance will amend two portions of the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. As the council is, I'm sure, fully aware, the legislature mandated that accessory dwelling units are a permitted use in all R1 residential zones in most communities. And the planning commission and city council went through workshops, and we talked about this, it seemed like for months, and how to craft an ordinance. At that time, as staff read the ordinance, there's conflicting portions in the ordinance that says that one time that the planning commission and city council could determine if the owner needed to live on the property. That was actually in, the body of the statute. It was later discovered by no less by our building official after he went to a conference and talked to other communities that in the definition of an internal accessory dwelling unit, it says is occupied. The primary dwelling means a single family dwelling that is detached and occupied by the primary resident or primary resident owner of record. So the property owner is part of the definition if they're going to have an internal accessory dwelling units. So out of the abundance of caution, this ordinance amendment is before the council, and line number 143 will require that the primary dwelling unit be occupied by the owner of record of the property if they're going to have an internal accessory dwelling unit. And then number 12, as we started processing these applications, which for your report, there hasn't been a lot. Now, I'm not saying that people aren't doing it. I don't know if they are applying, they may just not be applied for the business license and that type of thing. But our building department watches that very closely. And so what number 12 says is that we were first governing it that they couldn't change the footprint of the building if they wanted to have an internal accessory dwelling unit. It had to be in the basement or in a room or upstairs and downstairs, that type of thing. This will allow that if they want to add on to their home, then they can also add an internal accessory dwelling unit also. So it can increase the footprint of the home. The impact won't change. They still have to meet setbacks, all of that. And so there really will be no impact to the property. A lot of people have asked this, well, can I add on to my house so I can move my in-laws in with me? My house is too small to have my family and my in-laws in with me. And at that time it was prohibited, but now if this ordinance is approved, that will be allowed. What? That will? Yes, it will be, yeah. And so the planning commission recommends approval of this ordinance, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have them. And Duncan Murray's also here if you have questions of him.
The order keeps changing. Yeah.
It was a button pushing contest.
Oh my gosh. Councilmember Pat.
Thank you, Chair Green. So question, please, Mr. Gardner. So the questions that I've had from residents, and I've been trying to answer them as well as I can, but I wanted to make sure it was in a public forum here. So could you explain how this affects renting? Let's say that you are an absentee owner of a property, renting the entire property, or can you also wall off, let's say, part of your home and have two addresses? Because if you're trying to do an accessory dwelling unit, it might not just be your family members that are living there. And so, it's not going to be stubbed with another water meter, but can you have another mailing address? And the fire department, of course, would need to know about trying to get access to up and down or side to side. So can you speak to those two areas, please?
Now, if this ordinance is passed, then the owner of record will need to live at the property if they're going to have an accessory dwelling unit. Does that answer your question in that?
Not quite, thank you. Let's say that the owner of record is living there, but to make sure that it's a completely separate private area and also with a separate mailing address, can it basically be, well, for lack of a better analogy, let's say it's like a duplex where there's no interaction at all. Everything's completely separate entrance, exit. Can you have a separate address? And then the other question is, can you still have a complete rental? So you have an investment property. You don't need to actually live in that investment property. This is just talking about accessory dwelling units.
Yes, you're correct. They could. Now, to answer your question about the address, it's not a duplex, so we're not going to address it as a duplex. The key word is accessory. It's accessory to the primary dwelling. So it doesn't exist without the primary dwelling. And so that is the reason we would not address it separately. When the statute was passed a year or two ago, or last year, that was one of my primary concerns. And I asked our fire department, how do you know where you're going, up the stairs or downstairs? I don't know if they've figured that out yet. And so that's maybe one of the unintended consequences. Possibly we could explore that further if you would want our staff to do that, if that's possible.
Thank you. I know that was a concern that was brought up at our joint planning commission city council meeting back at our initial discussion for fire consequence and accessibility. If this is a separate entrance is one thing, but also if it's completely walled off bottom and top or side to side, to make it for another private entity to rent, not just a family member that you want to interact with, that might be a issue for safety.
Yeah, then that's completely legal, that someone could put a walkout basement. That would be their entrance into their home. They don't have to go through the primary dwelling to get to the accessory use. So,
thank you. Appreciate the information.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. So I think Councilmember Pack asked a similar question, but I just want to double check. So let's say we've got an exterior ADU. You've got the owner of the property that decides after time that they need to leave. They want to rent out the property in its entirety. Can they rent both the primary house and that other unit to one individual to take both of them, or are they prohibited from renting the accessory dwelling unit? They can only rent out the primary if they're going to be off premise.
yes, but if this ordinance is passed, it requires the primary dwelling unit, the primary resident of the owner of record needs to live on the site. So, and that's the reason that the conflict in the ordinance, I don't think works for the benefit of the city. The planning commission and council at that time determined that exactly what you're saying, that people could have free use of their property. But with the definition in the state code, we're erring on the side of caution and make sure we're following the definition.
Can you explain a little bit better what definition are we trying to
The
follow?
definition in
It's on your screen, Chris.
yeah, if you look on the 9A 530, right at the bottom, it talks about primary dwelling means a single family dwelling that is detached and is occupied by the primary resident of the owner of record. And so the primary and accessory dwelling unit cannot exist without the primary dwelling.
So if the property owner is no longer, let's say they've headed out, they're living elsewhere, they want to rent out the entire property. since the primary resident is no longer there, this would not be considered a accessory dwelling unit. It could just be a property as a whole.
Correct.
And therefore the property as a whole could still be leased to somebody, both
Yeah,
the secondary structure that's been created as well as the primary residence.
We just want to license it as an accessory dwelling unit.
So it wouldn't be licensed as an accessory dwelling unit, but they could lease the property as a whole. They're not restricted that way. They just couldn't lease two separate as an accessory dwelling unit.
And quite frankly, I don't know how we're gonna police that without a licensing mechanism. So, because people come and go, it's a very, I had concerns with this, but you know, that is, we're just trying to follow the statute. It's clear as mud.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pat?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that because what I've been concerned with from the beginning for a couple of years now is land use rights and property owners' rights. Let's take that scenario where they're renting out their accessory dwelling unit. Let's say they're retirees now. The property's a little too much for them to maintain. So they move into a retirement center. Now they've got a home and an accessory dwelling unit. And now we're saying, well, they can't rent them out to two different people,
They can't.
to two different families.
No.
Right. So that's where I have a hang up on that.
And I think
they can
that,
rent it all to one. And I understand that might, if you did rent to both, I understand, well, now you might have double the cars. And what about street parking? And, that becomes an issue. I just see this being a serious issue down the road if we don't address that now. If we're saying that someone can't move out of their home and rent the upstairs to one family and the downstairs to another.
Can't do
or
that
the
now.
accessory dwelling unit to one family and the other part to another. It's just that's a hard one, as was mentioned, to police or enforce, while also not allowing residents to rent their property out as they wish to do. Thank you.
Council Chair Whitelock.
I think the key here is that many of these are in single family home developments. So I can understand your concerns, but people bought into single family home developments. And if the owner is living there, the theory is that the property will be better taken care of. What I think the legislature's trying to accomplish and avoid, they're trying to accomplish more housing units that hopefully people can afford to live in, but they're also trying to avoid turning every home into a duplex, which is why there are some restrictions with it. So if what you want is a duplex, then you may not want to have your dwelling be in a single family development.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. I know we've got the public hearing coming up, so I'll save my opinions for after, but just to clarify the use case that was on my mind when I brought up my earlier question. I've got a coworker who is working on building an accessory dwelling unit at his home. However, there's a very good chance that he'll end up taking an assignment that takes him out of state for 18 to 24 months. And his question was, am I going to be able to rent all of this out while I'm gone, or will I only be able to rent out one or the other? So that's where I started thinking when that question came up. So
and
thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
I think it was answered. I think it was answered
Okay.
well.
now other communities do allow, it's not in this ordinance, but other communities, as I've researched it, do allow for a time period, I think up to 3 years, that someone does not have to occupy the primary dwelling as the owner of record. Say they go on assignment like your coworker, that they could continue to do that legally. But that is not in this ordinance. That would have to be passed and come back to the council.
But what they could do legally with what's being proposed is they could rent the entire property as a whole and be covered there. Okay, thank you.
I have, so we're also amending with this ordinance that we can do accessory dwelling units in on the agricultural property.
No, that's coming to you next meeting.
Oh, that's next meeting. I thought that was all part of this one.
I wished with all my heart that I could have
So but I do have,
I'm tired of ADUs. if you know.
yeah, well, so are the rest of it. Because this came up with something on a Facebook page. What's the penalty? Assuming that somebody's violating this rule and they report it appropriately to code enforcement, because we don't go out and do anything else but code enforcement. What's the penalty for violating is there an administrative penalty? Is there a criminal penalty? Is this under the catch-all penalties of the city?
The state law does provide and allow for cities to file a notice when they approve each ADU and record it at the county recorder's office against the property. And we can go through code enforcement to follow through on that if there is a violation. So that's something that was allowed by state code, and that's something that we specifically put into our city code. We reserve the right that they allowed us to have. So
thank you.
So what's the penalty then? If somebody is doing that?
then it can be revoked. So the city grants it. If they're not following it properly, then that ADU could be revoked. So.
Now that we've gone through all that, we'll now open the public hearing. If there's anybody here in the room that's still awake after that, if you have any comments, please come forward. Or if there's anybody on Zoom, if you would raise your hand to speak or press *9, and you'll be able to comment on this ordinance. I don't see anybody coming to the podium. I do not see any raised hands in the Zoom meeting, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring this back for council comments or motion. Councilmember Pack.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'd like to see us work on provisions, as was mentioned, for some period of time. Let's say you get called away for military or volunteer church service, up to a 3-year period. You might not have a family member that can stay there. You've got things set in place. If you've got an accessory dwelling unit, I understand it's hard to carve out so many exceptions to the rule, while at the same time thinking this handcuffs the ability of property owners. And I don't necessarily see that the entire city is all of a sudden going to proliferate into every property having 2 dwelling units. Realistically, right now, people can already rent part of their home out or have the full rental of their property. Until such time as we have an overabundance of accessory dwelling units, perhaps we could have a provision in there for a certain period of time, perhaps no more than 3 years. I'm not sure what kind of documentation would be needed to substantiate the sabbatical, but that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Chair. As you might expect, I've got a lot of thoughts on this, but I'll try and keep it brief. I'm not even sure where to start. This new section about the primary residence of the owner of record seems really hard to keep track of. I get the theory, however, renters of a property don't have more cars than owners of a property, or whatever, or necessarily people or whatever. So I understand we're trying to mesh with a state code update. And that's what makes it kind of problematic. I think the state kind of stepped in it here and messed this up a little bit. I liked where we were. So I'm not sure how I like this. I think we're still probably at odds with the state code that we had on the screen a second ago. On the background about it said the primary dwelling unit should be the address or the principle of record, what was it? Yeah. You get back there faster than I will. There we go. The primary dwelling means a single family dwelling that is detached and is occupied as the primary residence. So this is saying not the accessory dwelling can be the primary residence, but the main dwelling is. So our code is still saying that you as a homeowner can live in the basement apartment and rent out the main floor, but the state code doesn't seem to be saying that. So I think we're still at odds. And if we can be at odds, I'd rather be at odds with how we've been rather than how we're going. If we have to, as long as it's okay not to be in total compliance, then I'd rather be not in total compliance the way we've been rather than the way we're going. So just kind of my thought there. If we have to make it jive with state code, then make it jive with state code. And if we don't have to, then let's leave it how it is. So anyway.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. Same as Councilmember Jacob, where to start? My first thought is if we're trying to do this to come into compliance with state code, is there shorter verbiage that we could use rather than calling out the specifics of state code and incorporating it in here? Is there something a little more broad that we could use to say as defined by state code? Given that ADUs are relatively new, I wouldn't be surprised if there are additional changes to what's being done at the state. And I'd rather not have to come back and redo this every time something changes with one of their definitions to modify and clean up our definitions. I think that's probably the shortest, most succinct, but the other thought was if we do need to do something, if there's some requirement for compliance that needs to be passed and then updated, if we've already got another similar one coming next week, we could either, or next meeting, perhaps we could pause this till next time, or if we need to pass now, do this and then modify later. But I would love to hear Mr. Gardner's thoughts.
So thank you. To be totally clear, the state is compliant with, we allow ADUs, we have an ordinance. That was one of our goals of our moderate income housing plan. So we have been, yes, we can make modifications to this and bring it back whenever the council wants. It's not stopping the process, is what I'm saying. So I'd be more than willing to make those changes to this code and bring it back. I don't think it needs to go back to the planning commission. They made their recommendations. So.
Thank you. I noticed Councilmember Whitelock's hand was up as well.
Now it's down, but Councilmember Whitelock.
Yeah, I took it down based on the last comment.
Thank you. Yeah, my comment is that I would like to see it keep with the for this particular section consistent with state statute. I think that the intent of the statute was not for somebody to build an ADU and then move and all of a sudden have a 2-unit rental in a single family home, in a single family neighborhood. If it's a single family neighborhood and they want to rent it out, they can rent out a single family home. As Council Chair Whitelock pointed out, they moved into a single, they bought the property in a single family zone. If they want to rent out duplexes or fourplexes, they can buy them. But if they want to try to maximize their, the zoning ordinance doesn't, a single family zoning ordinance doesn't allow you to maximize your profits by turning your single family house into a hotel. And that's the reason we have zoning laws, and Supreme Court has ruled that zoning laws are legal and that we can enforce those. So I'm for that. So but I will entertain a motion at this point unless there's any further discussion. Council Chair Whitelock.
I move to approve ordinance 22-21, amending the 2009 West Jordan City Code, section 13-5B-8, accessory dwelling units.
I will second that. Any discussion to the motion? So we have a motion by Council Chair Whitelock, second by Vice Chair Green. I hear no discussion to the motion.
May I say something?
Please.
I agree with what Vice Chair Green had to say. I think that we need to look out for all property owners. And I don't think we're doing that when we are saying, well, yeah, but they should be able to rent out and have 2 units to rent out if that's what they want to do. I think that's discounting those families that bought into a single family housing development. Most people did that because that's what they chose to buy. So I agree that property rights are important, but I think we're discounting their property rights if we just say zoning doesn't matter anymore. And that's kind of how I would feel if we say it doesn't matter.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the idea that when somebody purchases in single family area, that's kind of what they're expecting to be around them. I don't think that what's in here prohibits them from being able to rent out the property as a whole. As Mr. Gardner explained, just don't use it as an ADU. So you're still renting it out as a single family. So I think we can still accomplish that. I think I'm still going to be in opposition to this motion because I would rather not see us copy the definition from state if that does change. I'd rather just have it say something like, as defined by state code found here, rather than as occupied by the primary resident, as occupied as the primary residence of the owner of record. As Councilmember Jacobs pointed out, it kind of puts us a little bit at odds as to which unit they can do. So if things change there, I'd rather we just point it. So it's not that my vote in opposition is because I disagree. It's that I am going after a different point. Thank you.
Councilmember Pat.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in a similar fashion, I agree with zoning ordinances. That's why we have them. It's a delicate balance of striving to incorporate affordable housing measures into our zones while also holding true to single family neighborhoods. And that is a tough balance to have because what we're saying already is we're going against the zoning ordinance by putting on accessory dwelling units in a zone where they're not usually allowed. So it's already a rock in a hard place. I too feel that this could use more cleaning up, especially to have an opportunity for people who do move away for a certain period of time so that it's not so hard and fast. And I do appreciate hearing the other side because I tend to look at things as if people are trying to follow the rules as opposed to, as was very aptly mentioned, well, now people could all of a sudden have more density and they might buy an investment property and intentionally rent it out to 2 separate families. But very, very well stated. It makes me think about being in France when I was a volunteer there, and you would see especially young males riding around on motorcycles with helmets strapped to their wrist. And for the longest time, I kept wondering, why are these helmets strapped to their wrist? And it's because the law says you need to wear a helmet if you're on a motorcycle.
Oh, dear.
But it doesn't say what part of your body you need to wear the helmet on. So thank you for bringing up the other side of the coin. I very much appreciate that. While I also still feel that we could do a little bit better on this to make some concessions for those who are trying to follow the rules, who might now be empty nesters and retiring and moving into a 1 or 2 bedroom condo. And then they're stuck trying to figure out, well, now I've got this family here, but they don't have enough people or enough money to rent the whole thing. What do we do? So I'd like to see a little bit more provision there. Thank you.
Councilmember Worthen.
I'm just going to throw an entire wrench into all of it. I agree with the fact, I think the biggest issue with renting a home in a neighborhood is if the person comes in and doesn't take care of that home or doesn't take care of the exterior of that home, overgrown weeds, and then you bring down the property values. I don't even know if you could do this. And Rob, you can just shake your head no, because you always do when I bring something up. But, you know, putting a stipulation, if you're going to rent a home, that you have to have a landscape company come and take care of the yard, I think would solve that issue. Because I'll tell you, if I ever rent, which I don't know if I will or not, but I would put that in, because I've had some family members that have rented homes and unfortunately wound up with 4 families living in that home, and then they had to evict them and it got super hard and then the home was destroyed. And I go, well, something that would have solved that is if you had a landscape company coming in once a week taking care of it, and you also had someone going into the home cleaning it and saying that's just part of your rent. So I don't know if that's something we can look at in the future or not. I realize inside the home's completely different than outside, but hey, just throwing it out there. So go ahead and shake your head no.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. I'm going to be a no on this for 2 reasons. One is property rights, which I kind of already mentioned. I think you should have the right to use or rent your property to whoever you want to, whether they're all in the same family or different family, whatever. You can move in one family that has 18 people into a 4-bedroom house. As long as they're in the same family, it's okay. And they don't have to take care of the yard, by the way, if they own the house, just if they're renting, right? So you're stigmatizing renters. Some of these comments are very much stigmatizing renters. And as a renter, I kind of take offense to that. I rent my house. I've rented my house. I've lived in my house for 12 years. The house next to mine has been owner occupied for 12 years by 5 different families since I've lived there. So don't tell me that renters don't care, because it's baloney. You got good renters, you got bad renters, and you've got good property owners and you've got bad property owners. It doesn't matter a hill of beans how they're paying for their residence. It doesn't matter at all. It's anyway. So I'll be a no on this one. Thanks.
Councilmember Bloom.
I'm also going to be a no on this, and then it's a lot with Council Member McConaughey and cleaning up that language so we're not constantly changing it. I'm also agreeing with Councilmember Jacob, because I too am a renter and have been a homeowner and a renter. And in fact, the last house that we had to move out was sold out from under us, and now they're renting it to 7 college students with cars everywhere, and the yard is worse than it's ever been. But what I'm saying is, when we own a house, we should be able to rent it out. And if we're going away for 3 years for a mission or whatever it is, I should be able to rent that other part as well. And I would like to see that language clarified as well, for that, to give the homeowners the option, because they own that property. And not every house is going to be an ADU. In fact, it's going to be a very small, minuscule percentage of homeowners who do that. So it's not going to be overbearing, but I want to give that option to homeowners and to renters on what they're doing, where they're living.
Councilmember Pack.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Worthen, thank you for those comments. I always like devil's advocate points of view, as well as Councilmember Jacob, which made me think that at one time we were big on the good landlord certification. I actually participated in that because I remember the idea was to charge a premium price to landlords who did not have their property manager or themselves, if they lived here in the city, attend, so that you would be screening applicants and be able to take care of the property, because a disproportionate amount of service calls for fire and police were coming to rental units whose landlords were not enforcing regulations, where you do get the stigma that was brought up here. And so isn't that still going on here, the good landlord certification, where I believe it's like, well, at the time it was like $9 a year for your property if you passed that class, that 4-hour class. But if not, it was, I don't know how much it was, 87 if you did.
Now.
Thank you. So that's another that's another check and balance that we would have on if someone does move away and now they're not on the premises. Now it does become a full rental, and here's the fee if you don't have your property manager or yourself be certified as a good landlord. Thank you.
Councilmember Worthen.
I just want to clarify this, and I guess Rob, you're probably going to have to do this for me. What does it matter how we vote on this? Because doesn't state code override whatever we say on this? I mean, they're basically saying it has to be owner occupied, or you have to rent the whole house, right? So whatever we say doesn't make any real difference,
Yeah,
right?
the language that you saw up there is currently the state law.
Yeah, but I mean, if we say no to it, it doesn't really matter, right? And they're going to override anything that.
If anyone challenges, yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. So can I have 20 minutes of my life back? I mean, I'm sorry. I just.
One, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Wall.
could I just make a comment? Everything that's been said, I think, is very valid. In fact, much of what you all, in fact, I would say everything that you said was very much debated and has been over the last 3 or 4 years on the Hill on this issue. And they're all great comments. They're all very valid. And it's a tough issue. And there's overtones of this that go beyond this into Airbnbs. And it's the same kind of discussion that you run into, and the legislature hasn't figured it out yet, neither this or Airbnb. So, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say. The statute says what it says, and you know, who knows what the legislature will do with it in the future.
Thank you. My last thought is we ought to comply with the statute, and our ordinance should reflect it. That, I mean, if we want to thumb our noses at the legislature, I guess we can do that, but that's not what I will do. And I'm not going to vote to do something or leave something in ordinance that is outside the authority of what the city has been granted or been told, in this particular case, told to do. So with that, there is a motion on the table. There's a motion to approve the ordinance. Let's have the roll call vote.
Councilmember McConaughey,
No.
Councilmember Jacob,
No.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Acting Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom,
No.
Councilmember Pack,
No.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
That motion fails 3-4.
Is there any other motion that you want to have this brought back in some other form?
I'd be happy to have it brought back. I'd be happy to sponsor that. I don't know necessarily that we need a motion for brought back at a certain time, but I'd be happy to work with the council leadership if you'd like.
Okay. Does that help? I just want to make sure that staff knows where to go from there. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is our business items. The first one is resolution number 22-15, appointing Dave Newton to serve as an alternate on the Trans-Jordan City Landfill Board. I see Mayor Burton's name across the bottom of the slide. So Mayor Burton, this is yours.
Fortunately, this will be brief because I think everybody in here knows who Dave Newton is. He had been serving on the Trans-Jordan Board for quite some time. He is ready to do less time there, so he wants to become an alternate. He has already given up his position. Tim Peters now has his old position, and Tim Peters was the alternate, so we'd like to kind of just swap them around. And so with the council's approval, we'd like to go forward with him as the new alternate on the Trans-Jordan Board. And then I'd love to hear from the council on.
Yes, I was just gonna ask Councilmember Pack.
Yes, thank you. So whenever there's a proposed board appointment, Councilmember Bloom, Councilmember Jacob, and I confer with each other. And especially seeing as how, as Mayor Burton mentioned, it's basically a flip-flop of alternate and board member. They both have experience doing what they're doing. I'm grateful for residents to step up and volunteer. We saw no hesitations or compunctions on any service from either Mr. Peters or former Mayor Newton.
Council Officer Director Anderson, I see your microphone on.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the let the council know that I did verify with the bylaws of the Trans-Jordan Landfill as our code, that it does allow for alternates to be seated on the Trans-Jordan Landfill.
Thank you. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in favor of this. I'll make a motion here in a moment. The one thing I would suggest is that I would very much like to see if we can reach out to Mr. Newton to see if he'd be willing to come here to be recognized for the service that he's already provided. He served on the city council. He served as mayor. He came back and served again as city council. He served on that on the landfill board for quite some time and has done a lot of good for the city. And I know he may be a little bit hesitant to stand out and be recognized, but and that's why I'm not including that as part of the motion. But I would very much like to try to encourage him to come and be recognized for the services that he's provided in that role before or as he's moving to this alternate role. So that being said, it looked like the mayor might have had something to say. I would pause for a second to see if that's still the case before I make a motion. But he's waving at me, so I will move to approve resolution 22-015.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, second by Councilmember Bloom. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none. Let's do the roll call vote.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Acting Chair Green.
Yes.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Chair Whitelock.
Yes.
Councilmember Bloom.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0.
We will now move to consideration of ordinance 22-06. This is an amendment to the West Jordan City Code, section 1-9-6. This is the crossing guard ordinance that we discussed a few back in, was it January or February? I'll let Mr. Lee have a couple of minutes on this one.
Thank you. This was the request to consider alternate pay or alternate work or pay security for crossing guards who may have shifts lost because of closures by the school district due to no fault of their own and no action by the city. I want to thank Councilman Green for working with me on this. As you may recall, I had some concerns about unintended consequences at the time. When this was first brought up, there was general support for this ordinance among the council, but the council graciously let me work with Councilman Green and our attorney's office. I think this version addresses the concerns that I had. It provides for alternate work for crossing guards if they lose shifts. And if alternate work is not provided to them, then it secures their pay for shifts that they lose due to school closures. Just within the existing fiscal year or within a certain date limit.
Thank you. Councilmember McConaughey, Pack. Are you guys pushing buttons back and forth again?
We're just trying to push your buttons, Chairman.
Councilmember Pack.
Thank you. I presented this at various PTSA and community council meetings, and everyone was ecstatic and pleased that we would think about this and make efforts to compensate. So I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to do this. I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Just want to say, Councilmember Green, I very much appreciate you leading out on this one and running point on this. And I'm ready to make a second, assuming that you wanted to make the motion for which you've worked so diligently for.
Sure. I'll move to approve ordinance number 22-06, amending West Jordan City Code, section 1-9-6.
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McConaughey. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none. Ms. Hanson, roll call vote.
Councilmember Pack.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Acting Chair Green,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember Worthen.
Yes.
That motion passes 6-0.
No, council member. Next item up. Next item on the agenda is acceptance of and receipt of the mayor's tentative budget. Mayor, do you have any comments that you would like to make before we accept your budget?
Yes. Thank you. So you have the budget before you. You see it in written form. Councilmember Whitelock, you see it on your electronic form. Hopefully you got a chance to see that. This is my third budget as the mayor. This is an exciting day. This is a lot of work. The amount of work that goes into this is just incredible. I want to give my thanks to the staff who has put hours and hours beyond normal hours, nights, weekends, probably on their birthdays as well, to help this get created and put this together. We have fantastic staff that have worked on this. Now, as being my third one, I'm getting a little bit better at this. I've listened to the comments from the council for the last 3 years on the budget. I've taken those and we put that in the budget. Take a look at it, make sure it's written in there the way you want it to be. I'm looking forward to seeing the tweaks that you put on there to do it. We're really fortunate. When Chris Pengrick came in, and I still remember the interview with him and sitting there, and I was just listening to him. I think that is my goal. That's what I want for the Southwest Quadrant. And he has done such a great job working doing that. And if you look at what that has happened over there and areas outside the Southwest Quadrant, we are getting revenue in this city that we haven't gotten before. Our expenses have gone up a lot, but we have a lot of other revenue coming in that we haven't had, which is really benefiting us. 2020 was really tough. We had to tighten the bolts on lots of things, and we got through it. And the staff was diligent and persevered, even though it was tight. And we told them we'd make it up to them, and we did a little bit last year. And this is doing a little bit more for them again this year. I think that's important. The police department was going through some really difficult times, not just in our city, but countywide, well, statewide actually. And council, you came together and we had conversations about this, and you did some adjustments to their pay salary early on and some other things we did for them. And that's made all the difference. Look where our police department is. When was the last time that we have filled all of our available positions in the police department? Thank you for making that happen. And that's included in this budget to keep going. Now, there was a cost on that, and we discussed some different ways that we would look at that. We talked about sales tax revenue, where that's going to be, and other things. But what we didn't know at that time is what inflation was going to do to us now. You probably heard the reports this morning that came out on the inflation, and you saw the report that Denise gave to us for this area, which is even higher than the federal inflation reports. So that is going to be a big deal. That's going to affect us. This budget has some inflation built into it. It doesn't have that big part of inflation. So we may have to do some adjusting on the budget later on in the years as we see where inflation goes. But right now, the budget you're getting presented in front of you today is a very stable budget. It's a good budget. We're accomplishing a lot of the goals that the council's given. You asked for a small property tax increase so that we would have to do big ones later on. We didn't do it in 2020 due to lots of circumstances. We did it last year, and that was really good. You had to talk me into it, but I gave it to you. And that was really good because now, this year, had we not done that last year, we would have to do a bigger one this year. But this one here is relatively minor compared to what we're getting back out of it. And that's because you let us do that one last year. So thank you for that last year. And now as we go forward, it's going to go great. A big part that's making a big difference these last 3 years is that transfer fee. That has been very successful and working well. We're collecting sales tax from other people and other entities that don't normally do it to help cover the costs that we use to maintain and support them. And that has been a big bonus. And I'm just so thrilled that you've approved that. And that's included in this as well this year. So we've got some increases for our salaries to help bring our employees up to those from similar cities that have it, and to help cover some cost of living things. And it's got some things in there to help us with our clinic that we're planning on doing, and keeping the work going on City Hall. I can just tell you, I am just so thrilled with this one, and I'm happy to present you a budget that's balanced and will help keep our city stable, not just this year, but years going down the road. This goes long. After you and I are gone, what you pass today will make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember McConaughey,
I'm ready with a motion if desired.
please.
I move to accept the mayor's tentative budget for the city of West Jordan for the fiscal year 2023.
I'll second that motion. Since this is not a resolution or an ordinance, we can do this by voice vote. All those in favor of accepting and the receipt and the filing of the mayor's budget with the city council, please say aye or yes.
Aye.
Yes. Are there any opposed? Hearing no opposed, I rule that the motion passed 6-0. That leads us to the consent items on the council. Councilmember McConaughey.
Move to approve minutes from April 27th.
Second.
I have a motion on the approval of the minutes from Councilmember McConaughey, a second from Council Chair Whitelock. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Yes. Any opposed? Hearing no opposed, I rule that the motion passed 6-0. That leads us to item number 10 on the agenda, council office reports. Our city council reports and remarks. First on the items are council office report. Council Chair Anderson.
Not council chair.
I'm sorry, council office director. I'm looking right at the screen that says council office director, and he doesn't want that anyway. Sorry, Kayleen. Council office director Anderson.
Thank you. I just wanted to update the council. I know I talk often about our move and transition to agenda management software. PrimeGov is the name of the company that we're moving to. We are still on target to implement that. And what we're looking at right now is we're going to be having some training for the staff on June 1st and June 6th. So less than a month away, on how to build packets and how to put agenda items into the workflow of PrimeGov so we can start building that. Our anticipation right now is that we will be using PrimeGov for the city council meeting effective July 13th. There will also be training for members of the city council on how to access the packets, how to make notes on the packet material. But we are anticipating July 13th to be our first use of PrimeGov. It'll be very transparent for the public. The workflow is set up for that. So that is our plan at this point in time. We are still meeting with them weekly. Planning Commission is on par with us as well. Additional templates are being loaded into the system. Workflows are completed. We've signed off on the workflow. And it'll be a new way for the council to have access to prior packets. I've already mentioned unlimited file size, so we can have maps of size that you can zoom in on. You can leave questions in them for you to ask, or notes that you find as you read your packets. So I think it'll be a very good way for the council to have as much information as possible, and for the public to be able to access the information as much as possible. And that's my report for tonight. I am going to mention Corbin. And I don't have a picture of it. You gave me pictures, but a few meetings ago, the city council approved a budget amendment of $20,000 from council contingency to put flagpoles into the rodeo grounds. And with the help of staff and particularly Isaac Astle in Public Services and the vendor, those poles have been installed at the rodeo grounds. So thank you, council. That is an accomplishment that you funded. Thank you.
I actually drove out there and I actually drove through the gate and the fence and over around and did four wheeling through the, no, the gate's open. The gate was open. So I drove through and all the way around and took the pictures of the fence. I'll share them with if you haven't driven out there, drive out and see that. Mr. Lee.
There's a minor adjustment being made to those flagpoles, but they look good. Thank you for the funding, and we're happy to have them. Not yet. They're still working on the lighting.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Yeah, those are just right behind the south bleachers.
One of the things I want to give credit to Isaac for is they're installed, I believe, about 15 feet behind the bleachers there, so that there is space. Because the council had expressed desires to do some enhancements, maybe in the rodeo grounds. So there is some space for future enhancements if the council chooses to do that. They're on the, got to get my position right. They're on the south end of the bleachers by section K. Yep, by the concession area. So that's where they're located.
Just so everybody else is aware, since this was pictures up, the Council Chair Whitelock and I and Council Office Director Anderson have talked about doing a lost the word dedication ceremony or some sort of ceremony on Flag Day that day, and maybe doing a flag retirement ceremony. I've actually reached out to Cultural Arts Society of West Jordan. They've indicated that they'll put the band on notice, and if we solidify that, they'll be able to provide some musical support to that as well. So we may be looking towards doing something, and Mayor, maybe there's a way we can work together to get that done for this.
We can. I've done lots of flag retiring ceremonies, but I could probably find a Boy Scout troop or two that could help us with it.
Council Chair McConaughey, since council office is now done with their reports, I'm just going to start with Council Member McConaughey.
All right. So if quick note, if we do have a flag retirement ceremony, I can't remember if it's Patriot Guard or Patriot Riders, but there's a gentleman with them who's contacted me a couple times, very interested in having them participate with the retirement ceremony.
Got their name.
So the other thing I wanted to point out is we do have the city text line that was introduced about the same time as the new website, and we brought up some issues that we were experiencing with it when it was first launched. It's been a little while since I used it, but I shot over a quick text saying that today I asked which parks have pickleball courts, and the response I got was for a full list of parks and amenities, and it provided a link so I could see exactly which parks had which amenities. I got exactly the information that I was looking for. I was impressed. My response was actually, holy crap, I think this is exactly what I needed. Well done. I was a little disappointed that the word crap didn't route me to the sewer department or the South Valley Water Reclamation, but I was very impressed that with the evolution that's happened on that. So I know there's a lot of work and a lot of growth that goes into growing that. So thank you.
Council Member Worthen.
So budget committee, pretty easy to figure out. We're going to be meeting as a committee of the whole instead of the three of us as a committee. So we'll be reviewing this. Lots of really cool things coming up on Memorial Day. I'm not sure how that transitioned with events. I'm no longer over that, so we might want to discuss that. I'm happy to announce the events of things that we're invited to in the future if that's something we need to do. But obviously everybody is notified on those. Just a comment on the budget.
Mayor, no disrespect, but a 10 to 12% property tax increase is not a small tax increase. And to our staff that's sitting here, you are our foundation. I've said that 100 times over. If you've ever listened to any of the city council meetings that I've spoken at, you take care of your foundation. You take care of your people, because if we don't take care of our people, our city falls apart. And that goes from our administrators, to our police, our fire, the people that mow the lawns. Because if our parks don't look good, our city doesn't look good. And it brings things we don't necessarily, that we can't take care of. It's every single person matters. Every piece, every person matters. And I've said, you don't go buy a new truck when you can't make your house payment. There are things in this budget, and I understand some of it's one-time money, but I suggest we look at using some of that money to soften this blow of 10 to 12%, because people are not just going to get hit by us. They're getting hit every place else. I had a conversation today with someone who has an apartment who is their rent is being raised minimum base. This is their base rent. This isn't their amenity fees or anything else that comes on top of that. $550 a month. You tell me someone that got a raise of $550 a month. I talked to my mother who lives in a senior community. There are people that live on state assistance who their rent is being raised $100 a month. And we're going to slap, I understand those are people in apartments, but you're talking about everybody being hit. This is very small and simple, but it's very relevant. You guys know, I love my dogs. I have dogs. I buy them little bits from Blue Buffalo. Those bags were in a 2-pack for $10. Now they're $10 a bag. And that's hitting everybody on everything. So my suggestion is we're going to look a little harder at this budget, and maybe we have to infuse some of that one-time money for a building. And I've said it 100 times. We don't have any business building because we can't afford it. We don't have the staff to maintain it. And we have a group that has either been non-responsive or given us very poor documentations that I don't believe that building should be built for. That money needs to be invested in these people sitting in the audience that work for us and back into our citizens.
Councilmember Bloom.
My head's all over the place. So I'm trying to remember what I wanted to talk about, but I do want to say that the privilege of running with the firefighters last week was really fun and amazing. And I may have been the slowest person, but the fact that they would run around to the back and follow me around and then talk to me, I look forward to doing that every single year with the firefighters because it was so great to get to know everybody. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but the wellness program with the Jordan School District saved my daughter's life this past week. That's actually what I was on the phone with the hospital, but I want to just say we have amazing resources here. And if you're a parent, ask your kids if they're suicidal. Ask them. I don't care how old they are, but ask them how they're doing because our kids are struggling. Do you know how hard it is to find a bed for your kids? It's almost impossible. Do you know how hard it is to find a therapist? It's almost impossible. So talk to your kids because they matter. And if they know that they matter, everything is better. So please talk to your kids. And I have more to say, and I can't remember everything that's been going on in the city, but talk to your kids.
Thank you. I have just a couple of things. Yesterday, I attended the Association of Municipal Council meeting, and interestingly enough, some of the discussion was from the Salt Lake County Community Development, or whatever their division's called, that takes over the planet with parks, recs, parks and rec and trails and arts and ZAP and you name it. Couple of things. The ZAP is being worked for the 2025 ZAP. Hopefully we're putting in our request for the money. They're talking that the bond for the ZAP in 2025 is going to be over $100 million. So if we want our share of money to build something like a nice rec center on the west side, I think it's time to put our money in. A couple other things that they did talk about was the Arts Master Plan. That was really interesting because they As we talked a couple of weeks ago, we wondered if there was some data. Salt Lake County has actually collected a lot of that data. They collect data from a lot of theaters and a lot of organizations, not just the county ones. And it was very interesting. On one of the slides that the county arts people put up, it shows who spends money and where people go to the arts are from. There's this big heat signature in South Jordan. There's a big heat signature in Draper. There's a big heat signature in Cottonwood Heights, and a couple of big heat signatures in downtown Salt Lake City. And the county said, well, we don't know why that's the way it is. It was like, well, look where the money is. And then you can figure it out. There is a very small heat signature in West Jordan. So we need some art stuff in West Jordan. And I'm just going to say it, we need it. When you look at that map, and there's this cultural, if you want to say this in some weird terms, there's cultural void because there's a lack of attendance to arts from West Jordan City. I think the community misses out on that. So we need to take a look at that. They're going to send out the data, some of the data, and it'll maybe make us a couple other things that came up, or another thing that came up in that meeting is that if you're not familiar with the Utah and Salt Lake Canal Trail that the county is building along the Utah and Salt Lake, we heard about part of that earlier this evening, but the county is building a trail on an easement on that near that canal. I asked him when it was going to get to West Jordan, and he said we're building south, and we're building the segment that will reach 62nd South in the next year or two. The nice thing about it, that means is we're next. So hopefully in the next 4 or 5 years, we will see that trail extend through the canal just to the west. I think it's the one just to the west of us, isn't it? Here shortly, it's one of the ones just west of us. That we'll see that canal trail extend through Salt Lake County, and that will be very good. A couple other comments. We saw some more email traffic about the ACE contract and some garbage not being picked up. I am concerned about that, so hopefully we're pushing ACE to get that one done. And then last but not least, I was with some firefighters last week, and one of our good news stories from Station 55. If you didn't hear about this, we'll brag about Station 55. They were dispatched with a stroke on the morning of May 4th. From the time of dispatch to the time the person was put into the CAT scan machine at Jordan Valley Hospital was 24 minutes. I will tell you, you can't get better than that unless you lived right next to Jordan Valley Hospital. I mean, that to me, that is an amazing response time to get a fire truck out of a fire station to a resident. And keep in mind, Station 55's out on the west side, and they had to respond to that. They got to the person, did what they needed to do on scene, and got them to Jordan Valley Hospital and into the CAT scan machine in 24 minutes. So I'm good with the fire department budget. Any other comments at all? And then I see Mayor, I see you pushed the button in response to my ACE garbage contract, and then we'll go to Councilmember Pack.
Thank you. I just want to give you a follow-up on that. I visited with that resident that evening, and I got there, and by the time I got there, I went there pretty quick after that email came through. Ace had beat me there and had already emptied their trash. In my conversation with her, I let her know that instead of calling Ace to call the city, then we know and have a record of it, and we can follow through and make sure it's getting done the way it's supposed to do, since the contract is with the city and not with her. So that's what she's going to do in the future. And I also left her my cell phone number because she said, what if it's after hours? And I said, no problem. I answer my phone after hours. So we will continue to work with Ace and follow up and see what the real situation is. But Ace did take care of it on that day.
I'm just concerned that that street's been missed more than once, and
We are as well. And so Brian has contacted Ace already, and they're supposed to be researching that and getting back with us, so we'll know why and what's going on. And so I'm hoping we never hear from that street again. If we do, we'll take care of it.
well, and my thought is that if Ace isn't responsive, we need to look at the contract and see how we can make them responsive or deal with that for some responsiveness sake to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
And they did meet their contract on getting back to it in the round of time the contract says when they haven't missed can. So they did. The contract doesn't say they'll never miss a can. It just says they'll respond if they do.
Councilmember Pat.
Thank you, Chair. In preparation to receive the mayor's budget, I've been wanting to go back and revisit my textbooks from macroeconomics and microeconomics. And Council Director Anderson and I attended the same graduate school for public administration, and then also trying to study the private industry from my doctoral studies in business administration, trying to balance all of this because I recognize, as has been exhibited here tonight and from emails that we've received from residents, there's always, well, at least two camps. There's two sides of the coin, and then a lot of different there's a lot of different sides to a coin, and it's impossible to please all the people all the time. And so I wanted to go back through one-time money versus funding areas permanently. And yes, I understand the idea of one-time money that can be a Band-Aid, but then it kicks the can down the road. And so I'm not specifying one area or another. We've talked about an arts center, we've talked about a recreational facility, we've talked about remodeling City Hall, but I've tried to do an analysis of when you have amenities and structures that present a community that looks good, as we mentioned with parks, that's viable, where businesses want to locate because you have recreational diversity here and businesses want to locate here. It seems to enhance property value. I communicated with county officials and state officials, and their revenue is also beating projections quarter over quarter. And I've gotten you never want to say a firm commitment, a soft commitment, that once we show good faith in exercising moving forward, especially with funds that they've promised, if we move forward in certain areas, that more money could be forthcoming. And I just worry in all areas of kicking cans down the road that then become crisis mode. And very well stated that we need to address all areas. We can't not fund certain areas, but if we just do minimal services, then nothing really gets better and nothing really grows. So I just wanted to mention that I'm looking forward to studying the budget, not taking a preliminary stance one way or the other on any issue, so that I can be open-minded to see what the mayor has in here. Grateful it's a balanced budget, recognizing we have different priorities on council. So I'm looking forward to those conversations in the regular city council meetings, so that the public can chime in as well. So please continue to call, continue to email, want to hear what residents have to say. Thank you, Chair.
I see no other lights on or hands up for comments. If you scroll through, you'll see that there's a whole lot of new business. So I'm not going to go over that. You'll see that the unfinished business is the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan. Upcoming meetings. We do have a committee of the whole next week at 5:30 right here. And then the week after we have a city council meeting, and then the week after we have a committee of the whole. And so we can really beat the budget to death. If you have messages for the city council, you can call us at 801-569-5052. In fact, we got two messages today on council. We can get back to him. And we have the email council comments at westjordan.utah.gov. And we do read your comments and we do work through them. And with that said, I'm willing to, Mayor Burton.
If you want, I can respond about Mr. North, who's one of the comments you got today.
Sure, why not? Give us a quick update.
So he talked to four staff members of the city today. And then I called him this evening. That's why I was like coming in here. I was on the phone with him. His concerns are about Dixie Park, where UDOT is currently preparing to lay sod. No sod has been laid yet. His concern is that the ground was not properly treated because that soil is very clay, but it meets UDOT specifications. So there's very little we can do because UDOT is doing it and it meets their specifications. However, Isaac has been in contact with UDOT about it, and he worked his magic with them and got them and persuaded them to add some additional mulch into the soil. They're using the existing topsoil that's been there. So that's above and beyond their specifications, and we're pleased for that. And it's not as high as what we'd like, but it's a step in the right direction. And so we're going to have a little bit better because Isaac involved himself in there. Mr. North still thinks it should be more than that. So he may be contacting UDOT directly to see if he can do some persuasions that Isaac was unable to do. But I feel that Isaac was good on working his magic and getting it even further than would have been otherwise.
Thank you. Councilmember Patton.
Oh, thank you. Along those same lines, because of having to network with different entities like UDOT, and well, let's take the example of having Jordan School District, who is here tonight. The noise ordinances, the light, lumens, so the decibels, the lumens, even we've had resident comment about airport. I've been trying to network with the county because it's interesting. You'd need to deal with the county ordinance if the school district property that's in West Jordan is either too light or too loud. Same thing with the airport. So I have some information there, and I'm happy to report it at a later time as I keep trying to get that, as we're trying to work with other entities that would supersede our own ordinance. So thank you.
And that's good. One of the things I'm attempting to do on the city end is when a resident calls in, they don't get sent to somebody else who sends it to somebody else and sent to somebody else. That it's a one stop, that's all. And then that person will get the right person to call them back. So they don't have to call somebody else, or that they'll get back to them, the first one, and bring that together so that we can help eliminate that confusion in there. And or send them say, well, sorry, that's not us. Go talk to the county. I don't like that either. We should take care of it and handle that. And then we can go to the county because it's within our city and make that address. So that's something that we had been working on and will continue to do so.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you. I forgot to mention, somebody mentioned the airport. Councilmember Pack mentioned the airport and our concerned noise caller from a couple weeks ago. I just want to let you know that a family member of a family member, in-law of an in-law of mine, is a helicopter pilot for the National Guard. And my family member reached out and said, would you please alter your course to fly over Councilman Jacob's house? He said, go pound sand. So just so you know, I tried. National Guard is not a willing participant in that conversation, just so you know.
With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn into the RDA.
Move to adjourn city council and convene redevelopment agency meeting.
I have a motion by Councilmember Conahey. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I rule that motion passed unanimously 7-0. Councilmember McConaughey.
I'm ready for a motion to make a motion for the business item as soon as you get there for the minutes.
Okay, I'm going to call to order the meeting of the West Jordan Redevelopment Agency, and note for the record that all 7 board members are present and that the executive director, Mayor Burton, is present along with the council office staff. The acting secretary, Ms. Hanson, is filling in for Cindy Quick. Happy birthday, Cindy. I couldn't resist that. Along with city attorney, Mr. Wall, and city administrator, Corbin Lee, and our budget officer, Denise Steck. With that, we are open. Councilmember McConaughey.
As a board member, I move to approve the minutes of March 23rd, 2022.
Thank you, board member McConaughey. And I was wondering why so many police officers were here. Wonder what we did wrong. I hope this was a class assignment. There's a motion by Councilmember McConaughey. I will second that motion. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please indicate yes. Yes. Any opposed? I heard a yawn. Was that a? Sorry. Motion passes 7-0. Do you want to give us the Cliff Notes version of the RDA budget?
I'm going to be Corbin for a minute. Yes. Quick question for you. Do you want to convene a work session to discuss the RDA meeting at some point? Or the RDA budget?
I think we will.
Okay. We'll need to agendize that. We have prepared the RDA budget for you and are ready for you to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, my microphone's on. I'm going to move to accept the RDA budget from for the RDA board. Board member McConaughey.
Second with discussion.
Go ahead with that. So we have a motion, a second. Now we have discussion. Go ahead.
Oh, never mind. I found the answer. Having just received the big old package, I wasn't sure if it was included with this. I had about 800 pages.
Should be one of the last 3 tabs, right? Yes.
So that was my question. So it has indeed been received.
Board member Pack.
Thank you. Just clarifying that that's the tentative budget, correct?
Yes. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor of receiving the RDA budget? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes 7-0. I will now entertain the second, hopefully the second to last motion of the night. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question rather than a motion. I know on the agenda we have a potential for a closed meeting this evening. Not knowing exactly what the content of that is, I'm wondering if there's urgency to that or if that's something that can be done at a later date, given all of the information that we've received today with the budget, knowing the hour, especially for Chair Whitelock, if this is something that is urgent and absolutely must be addressed tonight, or if there's some flexibility there.
Board member McConaughey, that's a great question. The intent is only to take a couple of minutes. The intent of the information we're presenting to you this evening is simply to give you as much time as possible to kind of chew on the information instead of just throwing an agreement in front of you in one meeting and expecting you to pass it.
So to clarify, this is just providing information to the council. There's no need for decision from the council.
Absolutely.
This is something that we could potentially digest.
Correct.
Outside of this meeting.
Correct. And if you want to give feedback, you're welcome to, but this is informational only, and you can provide feedback at your discretion.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I will be holding off on a motion for that closed session.
I'll entertain any motion at this point in time.
I'll move that we go into closed session for the purpose of property.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? I hear a second from council or from board member Worthen. This is going into a closed session, so it is a roll call vote. Ms. Hanson.
Councilmember McConaughey,
No.
Acting Chair Green,
No.
Chair Whitelock,
Yes.
Board Member Bloom,
No.
Board Member Pack,
Yes.
Board Member Worthen,
Oh, what the hey, no.
Board Member Jacob.
Let's make it almost unanimous. No.
That motion fails 2-5.
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? All those, we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Aye. We have a nay, so I am
Yes,
going,
you.
because of the electronic meeting and Utah State statute, roll call vote is required. So, Ms. Hanson, give us a roll call vote on the motion to adjourn.
Can I have the second on that motion to adjourn?
It was Board Member McConaughey.
Thank you. I missed it. Okay. Board Member Worthen,
This is to adjourn.
Yes.
Board Member Pack,
Yes.
Board Member Jacob,
Yes.
Acting Chair Green,
Yes.
Board Member Bloom,
Yes.
Chair Whitelock.
What's the motion?
It's
The
to
motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
My answer was no.
Board Member McConaughey.
Aye.
The motion to adjourn passes 6-1.
We stand adjourned. We will see everybody next week.
Do you really think we'd put something on the agenda if it wasn't needed, people?